Hello everyone, this is RexRed. I am back with another awesome cakewalk. No, this isn't cakewalk. Actually, this is Daz Studio. A little bit of wires crossed here. We are going to play our chicken dance guy here. And he's going to do a little dance. This is the beginning of this video. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is easy 3D TV. See how easy he makes it look? Yep. So that is Nathan, and he is doing the chicken dance for you. So we are going to do work today in Ultra Scenery XT. And every once in a while, they change the rules on me. And things start to work differently than they used to work. And I would swear that they are working differently than they used to work. Because this is the way I do things. The reason why I do things is because they didn't work that way before, and so I had to develop a certain pattern, and then you go back and you find out, oh, now it works. So, okay, a brief synopsis of what we're going to do today is we're going to work with something I think a lot of artists may call layers, and they're not quite the same thing as the layers you see in Photoshop, but in a way they kind of are. It's like when you see a painting and there's like a kitty cat in the foreground, and behind the kitty cat is a little like a farmyard, and there's a bunch of hens running around, and behind the little farmyard is a barn, a big barn. Behind the big barn is a big field. Behind the big field is a bunch of hills, roly-poly hills, and some trees. And behind the roly-poly hills is a big mountain. And then behind the mountain is a big sky. That's like what I consider a really brilliantly painted picture, is when your scene has layers to it so that it has depth, okay? So what we're going to do is work on layers, but we're going to use Ultra Scenery. And this time with Ultra Scenery, we're going to bring two I say Ultra Scenery, I mean Ultra Scenery XT. We're going to bring two Ultra Scenery XT scenes into Daz Studio at the same time. And then we're also going to bring a Terradome scenery in to give us a layering of background kind of mountains, okay? And then you can put your scene, of course, in front of all of this, whatever scene you choose. But I'm just going to kind of go over how I use Ultra Scenery now compared to some of the other previous videos that I've shown, where I said, don't ever do this because it doesn't work that way. And now I'm going to come in and say, now it does work that way, and you can kind of do this kind of thing. So, all right, here we go into Ultra Scenery. Now, if you don't have an Ultra Scenery tab, XT tab, you go into Windows, and you can find that up here in Panes. And you should see Ultra Scenery XT. You also might have to put in a password, in a key code or something to activate Ultra Scenery. I'm not certain about that, but okay, once you there are videos on how to install Ultra Scenery XT and how to set it up. But once you open the window, then you drag it down into one of these panes anywhere, and you can pretty much then start working on Ultra Scenery. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to click this plus sign, and I think we'll go with 512, and we're going to just click OK. And this creates an ultra scenery mountain in our scene, okay? And now, this is how I do things, and this is why I guess you're watching, is to see if you can learn something. If you use ultra scenery already, maybe you'll learn something from me, okay? Now, because we're right here, I'm going to turn my camera so it's straight on. The first thing I do when I start an Ultra Scenery XT scene is I put a sphere in the scene, okay? Now, it doesn't have to be this exact size. It can be, you know, relatively close to this size. We're going to have 12 segments, 24 sides. I guess that's okay, 1 meter in diameter, okay? So it's not a big sphere, but we're going to put this in here, except, and you'll see kind of why I have this sphere in the scene most of the way through until I start putting in my figures and stuff in the scene. So then we're also going to create a camera, new camera, and we're going to copy that camera, and we're going to look through the camera. So we're going to make this a perspective view camera, so the camera's looking at the sphere. And then what I'm also going to do is, for now, I'm going to lock the camera. I have one of these toolkit, MDAF toolkit, where it allows me to lock the camera. But you can go into here, into your object, lock selected nodes. That locks your camera, okay? So then you can't scroll and move it or rotate the camera around or change the f-stop or anything like that, because it's locked, okay? And you can go back in here into your object, lock, and unlock it also. Object, lock, and unlock the selected asset as well, the camera. We have our camera pointed at this sphere, okay? And what this allows me to do then is to then go to the perspective view, which is currently the same as my camera. And what I can do is I can click on this Ultra Scenery XT. And then what I can do is click on this sphere here, this little plus sign inside of the square, and I can zoom out and I can see the entire Ultra Scenery XT plane. Now, then I can also then go back to the perspective view and click on my camera, and then I'm back in at the 0 vector position also. So we go to this perspective view, and you'll notice that when I go to the camera here to the 0 perspective, that the default piece of land that comes in, that is Ultra Scenery XT, is above my plane. Can I control L? No, that doesn't work for some reason right now. But it is above my plane. The Ultra Scenery is above the stationary plane, that measurement kind of plane that's default when you see. And if I go into this is it, this plane, and you can see it's a certain size plane. When we zoom way out, you can see that this plane, how small that is compared to the land. Now, the way I have always taught people how to use Ultra Scenery is to say, never move the land around. Never move it, okay? Always move it by using your maximum altitude, minimum altitude, and never move it around. And if you want to move a mountain and you want to see a mountain in your scene at a certain mountain range or something from the land, then just regenerate the land and keep regenerating it until you tailor the noise and the scale and the octaves and the fractals into the kind of land that you're looking for, sort of. That's the way I've always done it before. Because the moment you move this land, this is quite complicated, but the moment you move this land away from the way it comes in by default, then you throw off your water plane and your biomass to some degree. Yeah, and the biome. It throws it completely off. Okay, now it throws it off so much that it's like it's kind of like a brain twister to try and figure out how much you threw it off, and then to compensate for that amount that you've thrown the land off. So since it's like really difficult to compensate and try to figure out how much you've thrown the land off, what's nice about it is that you have some visual cues to show you, to help you to fix this, okay? And I'm going to show you how to do this. So what I would normally do is I would say, okay, the maximum altitude is 100. And so if I bring that down to, say, 50, okay, what that does, if you can see this plane, is suddenly my plane is out of the, it's above this plane, this staging area. So I go to my camera, and now I can see the mountain sticking out above the land, okay? Now if I go to the parameter view, see, if I go to the perspective view and I select the sphere, I can bring the perspective view in down also, okay? So we can zoom out a little bit here, and there's our camera. But as you can see, if I raise this up a little bit, I can bring my mountain down a little bit here. And so this is our ultra scenery mountain, okay? And it doesn't look like much here, but believe me, it is a sight to behold once you go into the render and once you set this up. Okay, so what the way I have always used this is to always take and use this maximum minimum altitude. If I want, and if you've seen any, as you can see, this gives me this panoramic kind of view of the land where I have some tall parts and some low parts and all. Now, what if I undo that Z until it goes back up to 100? Ultra scenery, Z, edit. Okay, I guess it's not going to do that. We go back up to 100, okay? And now this is going to put the land up above my sphere again, okay? That's not what you want. You don't want to be underground, okay? So what we're going to do now is we're going to break the cardinal rule, okay? And we're going to take and zoom out, and we're going to move this land. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to change. We're going to take and open. We want to save this preset. Not preset. We want to save this location. So we'll browse. We'll go up one. Well, come on, Windows. All right, we're going to go up here. And where's this Ultra Scenery XT? We're going to go here to New Folder. And we'll just create a place. Okay, I guess this is it. We got to go up. New Folder. And we'll rename this to, we'll call this Layers. All right, just for the heck of it. And this is where we're going to store all of our ultra scenery, these maps that are created from as we move along. So now this, as we go down through here to this noise area, we can just change the seed. And as you can see, as I change the seed, my land in the center is still not really coming up above. I just keep changing the shape of the mountains, and it just keeps giving me another kind of random, and there are thousands of random patterns. So I kind of like that. But as you can see again, my center plane is still underneath. Well, let's go out of here. It's still underneath the land, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find a piece of, like, this kind of looks like a cool place to put the land because it's sort of flat, but then it goes up to this nice little mountain area. So why not just do something really bizarre and move this land here so that we're sitting down in this low valley. Okay, kind of looking up. And as you see, we want the land above it, but then we're going to, now we look from the front, but what we have to do is take this land like this. So that we're looking. My gosh, that couldn't be any more difficult to control. All right, so we'll rotate it like this. Where was I? Okay, that's, I think, where we were. So what we're going to do is go like this. And then we're going to go like this. Go like this. Go like this. And like this, I think that's what we're doing. There. And then we take and rotate a little bit more. Why rotate? So we're looking kind of across like that. Like this. Okay, I think that's good. Now we go back to our camera, which is locked into that position here. No, I undid the camera. So we have a sphere here, so we can use our perspective view and look at the sphere. Let's take a look at the sphere. And now we have that big mountain range in front of us, okay? So what we've done is, in essence, is thrown all of these numbers here off completely. Now, these are not really true representations of the elevation. Okay, so like 0 is no longer 0 because we've changed the 0 point of our terrain. Okay, so these numbers are no longer, you know, you can still make the land taller and smaller, but 0 is, like I said, no longer this 0 level, okay? Land, which would be like, I guess, I don't know, it wouldn't be called sea level because sea level might be lower than that. But it's scene level, okay? And so 0 is no longer scene level. So what happens now when we put in a water plane is like the water plane comes in way over top of our head also because it thinks that the land is up there. So you can't, and if you look at it, it says the water level is at 0. Because the land level wasn't it was at 0, but when we lowered the land, it took the high peak that was above zero and the low peak, which was below zero, and threw that all off. So it's not the end of the world here. But what you do is you don't grab this, go into here, this ultra scenery, grab this water node and just pull it down. That doesn't work, okay? What you have to do is you have to go into ultra scenery and you have to use these numbers, and you say start lowering the water level. Minus 20, let's try that. Now let's go into, okay. Now it's too low, so we're going to go minus, let's go 10. Okay, well, we got water. Now, the reason why you don't just grab the water and drag it down, okay, is notice that the water creates a coastline. Okay, and so if I take this ultra scenery and bring this up a little bit more, I drag it up a little more, okay. If I lower it, okay, wherever the water comes in contact with, it draws a new coastline here, okay? So if I move the land down, wherever the water intersects, it draws the coastline. But if I take this water and just drag it down a little bit, notice what happens. See, the coastline doesn't follow it. The coastline stays right where it was, Control Z. Now, if I move it up, you don't have any coastline at all, okay? And that coastline is supposed to give it, and that coastline can give it a, Control Z, a really like a sandy beach. If you have, like these mountains right here kind of go straight up, but if they went up at a general kind of gradual incline, then you would have actually beaches, like little sandy beaches. This margin that this creates, it's a texture margin. It's a smart kind of prop so that this water node, okay, as you move it up and down, the only way to move this up and down is through this. You can't just come into Daz and drag the water up and down, okay? You can drag this up and down. Now, before, when I first bought Ultra Scenery XD, I swear that when you moved this land around, okay, if I moved the land up or down or something like that, or resituated the land, when I went to put the biome on the land, okay, the biome would be way up in the air, okay? It would come in where it thought the land was before. This is what's changed, okay, is that now the biome at least knows that it's got to stick to this piece of land, okay, which is kind of a brain twist in my head, okay? So the water, even though it still is looking at that altitude and all of those things, where its trees start, they're all wrong now. So the only way to know where the trees need to begin, because you don't want the trees growing out of the water. You want the trees to start growing right above the water line. That's where trees grow. They don't normally grow underwater and all the way up the coast until it hits dry land. The trees grow around the coast right next to the water, from the water on up. And then when you get to really high elevations, the trees maybe don't, there's so little air up there, carbon dioxide, whatever it is, that they don't, and it's so cold that they don't grow up on the high elevations. So you don't want trees up there. So you still have to take and choose. Okay, I don't think I have my chat turned on. Let me see what's going on here. Top chat. Oh, there we go. Welcome, Berlin Ted. I'm sorry. I didn't even notice you were all coming in. Looks interesting. We've got Ted, we've got Angus, and Ed. All right, it's not telling me you guys are here, but okay. So we're doing this ultra scenery a different way today, okay? And we're going to put 2 ultra scenery XTs in. So I'm going to try to move ahead a little bit. So, all right. Now this is how this works. Is when I move the water, okay, so since you've thrown the land off, okay, and what I like to do is, see, I personally don't like this kind of coast. You see where it's created, the water has created a little margin here, but it's too small. I like to have like a little sandy beach that actually climbs up the mountain a little bit. Like I kind of wish that this was all beach sand, so that, and the way it's set right now, I've seen it do much better than that. So the way you fix this is sometimes you have to bring the land up a little bit closer to your scene. This might be too far away, and I might need to change the slope of the land. So we're going to go with gamma first. We'll try this gamma, and if you notice, what it does is it makes the blacks, I guess, a little more black. Let's see. When we go this way, it makes the blacks. Yeah, see where it takes and makes the deep parts a little bit more shallow. Okay, let's see if this works a little bit. Let's see what happened, what our water looks like. Now, we got to bring it down a little more. Okay, so this just did something weird with the water. It threw the water off. So what we have to do now is find our water. Okay, this would be back in here. So it's all, once you move this piece of land from the original way it comes in, once you move it physically in Daz, everything is thrown off, and you have to then go mostly by eye. And also there are some numbers, there are some things. Once you situate the water where you want it, and let's see what we have here now. We go back to ultra scenery. We have to select this. Okay, I think that's a good amount. Now let's take our water and move it up some. Here's our water plane. So I don't, if this was the original place where it's set, then I would know that my water plane, that right under this sphere, which is 0, that's where like scene level is. But since the land is all thrown off, 0 is no longer 0. Okay, so it's all a big guess. Every time you move the land, it just throws it off, and it throws 0 off. And so so the only thing you can really do is just start bringing your water up slowly. You see, you can't see it, so you use your eyes and you say, okay, I don't see the water up above me because I'm not underwater, because the water is a cube. It's not like just a plane. It's actually a cube, and this water depth tells how cube. So since we're not underwater, then the water must be below it. And since we can't see the water, okay, when we look straight down, then it must be down below. And since the ground is not above us, and we're not in this shaded dark area. Yeah, I've got the chat back up now. I've got the chat up. So I just didn't notice it. When I do a Windows update, it like obliterates all of my streaming settings, and I have to go back. And the same thing with OBS Studio. They don't remember your settings. So, which makes it kind of difficult that you have to reset your microphone source and all of that stuff and all that stuff back up every time. So, but that's the thing. That's the way it is, I guess. So, all right. So we're going to go with, so we're at -10, whatever that means. It does, just ignore the fact that it's -10. Just say it's just too low to see it. So let's go -5. Let's bring it up some. -5. Are we going to see any water? No, we're not. So let's go -2. Nope. So maybe we've got to bring it, which is really strange that we have to bring it up above what would seem to be, what would seem to be 0, but 0 now is something way down below for the land. Okay, its reckoning point. So let's try 10. Okay, that didn't work. Let's go 20. So this land is, there we go. Now we have some land here. And so we've brought it up. Okay, but let's take now, since we can see the land here, we're going to go back here, and we're going to drag this land way up. So we're going to drag it up. Now, it looks like the water's coming with it, so I don't think it is, no. But, okay, we're going to drag the land up until we are just, it's just below us. Now we're underwater, okay? So we're going to go now to we'll go to -2 and see what that looks like. Does that? Okay, so we'll go -1, -1. Let's go to 1. Let's go to 5. Let's go to 6. It's almost like I'm back to where I was, but it's, all right, 8, 10. I was like, okay. 12. Okay, 20. All right, now we're underwater again. So it's 13 maybe. 15. So it's all then becomes an eye by eye. Now notice we've got a little bit more of what I would call a coastline. You see, this is kind of a little more interesting, and we've got little pieces coming out. So as we look around here at our scene, we've kind of got a little bit more of an interesting coastline. So I could theoretically maybe even take this water down to 14 maybe, and start to get some of the basin to show a little bit. Here's some of this. And what's kind of what I don't really like about this is that you can't go like 14.5, 14, 0.2. It's just whole numbers like that. So it's either 15 or 14. So what we'll try to do is take our piece of land here, which is here, and we go it goes to -25. So what if we go to -24? And see what this does now is it gives us this interesting coastline. And now we go into this 512, and let's give it some more definition to the land. I didn't want to do this until I got, and now it's throwing it right completely off, I think, but I'm not sure. No, it's not too bad, but it's given it more geometry now. Everything's smoother looking. So now we can go now to the minimum altitude, and let's go to minus 20, and let's bring this up a little more. And so what we're doing is making the lowest part of the land higher. See, what I like to do is I like to get a nice coastline. And this isn't really exactly what I'm looking for, but it's a little better now, and you can't really tell too well how nice the coastline. So now if I take, and we're at minus 20, let's take this down to like 50. The height, let's take the maximum altitude. So let's chop our mountains down a little bit and make a kind of hilly area. So this is what you do is you get the land and you kind of hone it in a little bit. And I think that's what that's done is made it a little deeper. So let's go to minus 15. So that we can achieve this kind of like coastal land, okay? If you think of like when you see the coast, okay, now you see there are like little islands and then there are beaches and stuff. And if it's like the cliffs of Dover, okay, you're going to get this little teeny tiny teensy tiny thing with the ocean, like no beach at all. And then it's going to be a sheer rock face that goes straight up. But in some coastal areas, like especially the kind of coast that you would want to take and make a picture of. Thank you very much for the like. I appreciate that very much. What like this kind of your most coastal area, you're going to have a little, maybe a tiny beach, and then a little embankment, and then maybe kind of another bank, maybe some roly-poly hills. And you're going to have layers to your scene. And then in the back, you might have mountains. So this is what you want to do is try to create the coastline. And ultra scenery will do that if you get it in just the right place. So we're going to go now, instead of minus 15, we're going to go to we'll try minus 14. Let's just kind of incrementally move up. We're moving the bottom, the bottom of the ocean up, okay? So that it's not so deep, and so that it's going to be kind of like a gradual basin. And so that didn't do much. Let's go to 13. So it's all a matter of using your eyes. It looks like this is peaked out a little bit more. And now let's go to 10. Minus 10. Just one minus. And let's see what we have. Now it looks like we might end up with some. All right, let's go to minus 5. So it's kind of moving closer towards us also. All I know is that eventually we get a coastline. Now I'm gonna take. This isn't working. So we're going to go to, let's go to just minus 3. I'm going to take a look at this. It may be just the way it may look different rendered. So I'm going to try rendering this and see if this still looks the same rendered. Now, look how we're starting to get a coastline, like a beach kind of area. Now let's take a look at this. Let's go and look at our render settings and see what it is. We're at 2000. Okay, let's do a quick render and see if this looks, it will look differently than in iRay. That's the weird thing about Ultra Scenery XT is it looks radically different from iRay than your final render. So we might have a nice little beach here along the area where in iRay it just looks like a kind of a line there. And that's what you want to achieve. Okay, now something is terribly wrong. Okay, I think because all right, cancel. I know it's wrong. To cancel this render, I believe I'm looking at the preview mode, the perspective mode, yeah. And so what we're going to do is, it looks like I've deleted my camera, so we're going to create, now we're like underwater. This is strange. It's like all of a sudden it's reset. It's not reset itself, but it's rethought things out. So let's, we've got to bring this down then. Oh, okay. Now there's an update, okay? There's an update button here. This one says update maps. Let's see, because that's apparently what it did. So now, update at render. So, so I guess I was moving it and not updating it. So what we have to do now is just bring this land down a little bit. So we would have to bring this down to minus 15. I was wondering why it was kind of doing that, but I don't know if I think we're underwater. I don't think we're underwater. I think we're just under the ground. So let's, we're much closer. Let's go to 20 minus 20. And we got to go a little more, minus 30. So you get kind of proficient at this after a while, but it takes a lot of, and the idea, okay, here we go. The idea is you want, so we've got the land here. Let's go minus 28. Now, see, this is nice and shallow land, but the thing is, I'm not sure exactly. What we do is we do have a kind of coast now. It looks like a kind of coastal thing going on here, sort of a beachy kind of area. But now if let's take a look at this in a render now and see if it looks radically different. So like this updated render. I'm not sure if I uncheck that, if it will like update like each time you change something. Okay, well, this kind of looks right, but the trees are all in the wrong place. They're at least they're on the land. They're aware of the land, okay? And this is, again, this is what I'm saying, is that you now know that the trees go down too low, okay? Because you see it, okay? And that's what that's once you move your land around, you can't mathematically create your scene. You have to visually create it, okay? And there you can mathematically do this to some degree because you do know where the water is, okay? Because when you look at the water here, the water gives you a clear number from 0, from where it is. It tells you where it is. It doesn't tell you where it is in relation to what 0 is in the scene, but it tells you in relation to where it thinks, where the land is and where the trees should be beginning and all of that. So it's easy once you know where the water is. This isn't a bad scene right here, okay, for what we want. The only problem that we have here now is our trees are in the water. Okay, I think that's the only problem I'm seeing right now. So what we do is we cancel this. Okay, would you like to cancel this? Yes. And then I'm going to show you now what to do, how to get your trees correct. Okay, so now we know where the water thinks it is, okay? It's not telling us where the water is in relation to our scene 0, okay? It's telling us, like this number for the water, okay? It's saying water level 15. It's 15 in relation to where it thinks the land is, and the land has forgotten where 0 is, okay? So that 15, so it thinks it's at 15 in relation to the land, and that's all that matters. And so what you do is then you can look at your tree level and say, okay, if the water thinks it's at 15, it's not really at 15, because I'll tell you right now, it's not, because this plane right here, the bottom of the plane is at 0. And so the water can't be at 15 or it would be over our head. Okay, it can't be at plus 15. So it's 15 in relation to the land 0. Okay? And that's really what we want, to know where the water thinks it is. So if we go and change then our minimum altitude to, if the water it thinks it's at 15, then we want the trees at 16. We want them just a little bit above whatever that 15 is, which is what we're visually looking at, okay? So we put the trees to 16, okay? It's kind of, now the maximum altitude is another thing. So it's probably 100 meters is really high. Let's try it at 25 and see if we still have trees all the way up our land. There's no need in having this enormous number if the land only goes up a small way. Now let's click a render. We will not have trees. Okay, I just messed up because it's minus, so we're going to cancel this. Yeah, I have it at minus 16, okay? We don't want it, that would be way under where the 0 is. So we want that at 16 plus 16, not minus 16. Okay, so we'll cancel this in a moment. Cancel, yes. All right, and close this. This has got to be at plus 16, just 16. So, because it thinks it thinks 15 is 0, which is, it's really the 0. It's measuring itself to where 0 is in the land. Remember, we moved the land around. We moved it away from 0. So, it's the water is saying, I'm at 15 in relation to 0 for the land. So then we can go and put then our trees at 16, and they'll be right above the margin here and start populating themselves up. And I'm also going to go with the scale and make the trees at 0.5, which is the smallest you can make them. It kind of makes them look far away. So, all right, let's do a quick render. And now you will see that the trees are up above the water. And so it's like, I don't know, like I know that this is 0 in my scene right where this plane is, because I put the plane, the sphere right in the center of my scene measuring, scale, that scene plane. So I know that the very tippy bottom of that sphere is at 0, 0, 0. So so 0 for the land. Now you notice how it comes right up above. Now, but it stops, okay? The trees stop that far. So that tells me, now this is another visual thing, okay? Because I have no idea. All of the numbering system is thrown off, but that does tell me that this right here, where the trees stop, that, okay, we can cancel this. Cancel this render. That line where you can see they stop and they don't go up any higher, that line is 25. So if we go to 100, they'll probably go all the way up to the top, maybe, but now that's set to 100. Let's hit this. The trees are a little too large. I was kind of hoping they'd be smaller, but you have to dicker with this. You have to really kind of play around with it until you get it to do what you want it to do. Now I have a gray sky, so it's making everything kind of look gray and washed out a little bit here, but I don't have any kind of sky in here yet. So but I think this is going to give us a trees that go all the way up. So at least close enough. Yeah, they go all the way up this land. It's kind of weird how they do that. They just like to grow where they want to grow, and that's kind of it. Now there's a possibility of changing the seed of the trees. Cancel. So that they grow in different places and they scatter in different places. Let's see. We go here to our seed. And let's 6,000, whatever. It doesn't make more trees. It just puts them in it arranges them in a different way. Let's also go to maximum altitude is 100. Let's go to 90, okay. And let's also change our material, land material. Let's go to something less rocky, maybe something with a little bit more of these kind of like long lines in it, like they're troughs, like Ice Age drags. The other one didn't have them, where the trees might want to grow up into those areas more. Let's see how that works. They just might populate them in a different way. But we have trees though coming right from above. Right, they're growing right up above our margin here, and it looks like in here we do actually have some beach area. And I don't want to spend too much time on this piece of land because we're going to put now another. Now look at that. See, that's a nice. This is exactly what I kind of wanted. I just wanted a few trees here. I didn't want this big, gigantic thing of trees. And it's a different seed, just a different seed. And so there are thousands of different seeds, and each seed gives you an entirely different pattern where it's going to lay the trees around over the land. So this looks pretty good. I think that what would be nice would be to just have some peaks up here where the trees don't grow on, like to have them only grow up so high and have the tops kind of bare. So the way you do that is would you like to cancel this? Yes. The way you do that is you just keep lowering the maximum altitude. So we're at 90. Let's go 80. All right. And then we'll do another quick render. Let's make this a little smaller. So we go to our render settings and let's make it at 1000. So it just renders a lot quicker. So we're at 80. Are we going to see some peaks? It may make the trees so sporadic, so sparse, because there's only a little bit of land for them to actually kind of populate, so we'll see. Like this little island may not have any trees at all. All right, where'd you go? No, okay, this works. It worked, but it's not. I'm still seeing trees on the top here. There's a little bit less, but it's apparently 80 is still over the top, literally. So let's go to 60. Go ultra scenery. Let's go to 60. And let's try that. This should probably, the tops of the mountains should be bare for this. We shall see. Okay. Where are you? Yeah. Now they're kind of bare. That's enough. That's good enough. So it's you can see this one's it's probably right about there where they. So it's nice. It's kind of it's good enough for this. Now cancel. Yes. All right, cancel this render. Now what we're going to do, because I want to move ahead. Now what we're going to do, I'd like to take this whole piece, this ultra scenery thing here, and pull it towards us. 8. Let's go to 9. What happens when we pull it towards us like this? See, this is the advantage of being able to, okay, now we have the water node Z. We can't move the water node. We can only move the ultra scenery. See, this is the advantage of being able to move it. So if you, yeah, you're throwing off your whole number system, but it still works as long as you use your eyes instead of reckoning it all by the numbering system. So now it's a little closer. Let's see, we may get to see a little bit of a beach here. I'm not sure what creates the beach. I've been trying to, because I've had some really nice, smooth, like long beach areas, and then there are times when the beach area is like this thick. It's like a tiny little sliver that goes along, and I prefer the nice beach area, which means you kind of have to have a gradual If your mountains come right out of the water and go straight up like the cliffs of Dover kind of thing, you're not going to have a beach. You're just going to have a sheer rock ledge going straight up. So the idea is to try and smoothen them down like this, as you can see, where I've tried to create a soft kind of incline. Okay, so we've got now this. All right. Okay, this is pretty nice. It's not a beach here like I was expecting. You can see this little thin area here. That's all we get for a. Now there's also the possibility of coming right in with Mesh Grabber and trying to create a beach area and see, like, look, cancel this, yes. And let's close this. Let's turn off the water. Okay, we can't, we have to do it like this, I guess, in iRay. Now, when we turn the water off, you can see this is the water line. It creates an underwater color system. Okay, so the water does that. It changes the color of the land, and it's very smart kind of thing. So what if we take this land here and just grab a piece of it with Mesh Grabber. Tool settings, Mesh Grabber. We grab it right here, like there, and we make this much larger, like this, mountain size. And we bring this here, and let's pull a piece of this up, like this. And pull a piece of this up like this. And let's pull some of it out so that it comes up above the water, and see if the water is smart enough. It looks like it is. You see, this is smart enough to take this land I'm still not getting my beach though. You see, this is, it's still not looking like. But what's really interesting is that by physically manipulating the geometry here, you can see the geometry here when we go into wireframe. You can see this is the geometry. And what's kind of interesting is okay. Let's go to, we're in our perspective view. What keeps happening to my camera? I don't know what keeps happening to my camera. Okay, but let's go back to here. This is our sphere. I keep deleting it or something. Create new camera. Please stay in the scene, accept. Okay, let's go to iRay again and see if we've thrown this way off. Okay, so now if I were to lift this up high enough, it will put trees on there too. So because it's part of the upper land and it's within the camera view. Now, most of this stuff is below this 0 point. Okay, so we're sitting on a kind of precipice, looking down into this like a gorge, but there's water down below us, so we're kind of on a mountain. So I didn't want to drag this out too much, but this is just an interesting test say that if your land isn't shaped the way you want it, just use Mesh Grabber and move it around and do whatever you want with it until it's shaped the way you want it, and it will still write the. Now let's see, we haven't tried to render this yet, but let's turn our water back on and make sure that, see the water, look what it did. It created that land that we grabbed and lifted up. It created, that was underwater. It was all gray, and it turned that land into a coastline. It changed the textures on the geometry. The water changed it. That is very interesting. Now, as long as the program doesn't crash when we try to render this, then that was a really good experiment to do, was to come in and just manipulate the. Now we do have Mesh Grabber still on, so maybe it won't show the trees until I turn Mesh Grabber off. I don't know. Sometimes Mesh Grabber is weird like that. I think it'll show the trees, but let's see what we have. And there might be even a couple of little trees on our little island on our little man-made island here. No, it didn't put any trees because it's just not high enough. So, but it's all good. So, what I'm not getting are the beaches, and so I'm gonna have to like play around with this, and that's what I would suggest. And if you know any of these settings, like we have all these settings, cancel this now. We have a lot of settings for our land here. If you go to this Ultra Scenery XT, let's get out of Mesh Grabber now, and we go to Ultra Scenery XT. Notice here where we have scale, we have octaves, we have fractal gain, we have warp scale, warp seed, smooth. And what I did was I smoothed it all the way down to 0. And when you bring it up high, it like unsmooths it, I guess. So let's just take and unsmooth this to like really, and it should become like really, really jagged, like I guess. I think it will make it extremely jagged. 13 is like really high. No, it smoothed it more. So, and it looks, so then we could take this, now that we've smoothed it, okay. Now that we've smoothed it, we can bring up our, this minus 28 up to maybe minus, let's update the map here, because we've changed this, so we have to update the map, I guess. We probably have the water over our head again. So I think it's when you go into this terrain thing and you change this map, you have to update it with this map. I'm not certain. No, it didn't seem to do anything major so okay, that's good. So let's now go with this, and let's make the what's underwater, like the lower part, let's bring that up. Let's try to make this like a little shallow basin, okay? So I guess that's the way beaches are. They kind of go out. They don't just, they do sometimes drop off, but it's after a while that you have like sand after sand after sand after sand, and then at some point it drops off. And this is so this is how you would make some kind of shallow basin. So let's just go 20 here. Let's lower the lowest part, so bring the ground up a little bit. We might have more islands appear out of the ground. Yeah, we got this little island here now. Oh, see, now look. Now we have a beach. We have managed to make ourselves a beach. Look how cool that is now. So what I can do is, and this all looks like it has little beach areas in it now. That's what we're doing. Okay, so if we go 19, we got our minimum even to 19. Then and look, I can see the bottom of you can see the bottom. This is cool. See, so this is really, really, really what I wanted to kind of impress on you is how to make your, so now we have a much wider margin, and how to make beautiful kind of beaches. Now we can take this ultra scenery land and we can kind of push it back a little bit. We don't need it so close. And you see now we have these little beach areas, which is really nice. Now I could theoretically, now if I bring the maximum altitude up a little bit higher, like to 52, so it goes a little higher. And I also want to show you another thing that's really cool. Yeah, I am live and I do have the chat open, so if you want to chat, if you want to have any questions, you can chat. So this just made it a tiny bit higher. Now I'm going to show you something, what happens when I do, when I notice how the water right now, it's kind of, it's little teeny tiny ripples, and they're like little teeny waves, okay? Watch what happens when we move down closer to the water. Suddenly the water, as we get closer to the water becomes more like languid. I don't know which the word is, like it just becomes, and we get even closer to the water, it gets more detail in the water. Look at that. Now you see, notice how, so if you were to put like a sailing ship here, it would put this beautiful kind of like melty little, it would put like a melty little reflection, like it just kind of be dripping down here, okay? That's a beautiful effect, and you won't get that effect if you're way up above the water, okay, like this. Then you're going to get a much more dotted effect, kind of pointilinear or something. That's a word there I'm looking for, but you're going to get all these little points. But if you bring your camera way down to the surface of the water, like this, which means you might want to have your surface, depending, this isn't even close enough. We got to bring it way down right to the surface of the water. And then you end up with this really kind of like smooth, like, I'm not sure what the word is for it, but it's just very kind of it's more syrupy kind of look than the look. So if you're looking for that effect, you need to bring your camera down close to the surface of the water, okay? And there it is. And then you put something here, and you're going to have a beautiful, beautiful, and if you set your lights in the right place, you can get this just drippy kind of like reflection off of the water. And you can see what the land is doing there also. So just a little tip there for you for getting the right kind of reflection on the water. Your camera has to be right down to the surface of the water. You have to be right there at the water's surface. And then you will get these really beautiful reflections. Okay, so now what we're going to do next, we're going to focus here on our sphere, and we do have a kind of beachy thing. So what I want to do now is bring. We're going to look and see what this beach area looks. It probably is even going to look better once we go into iRay. So it's gonna look even more like a beach, and I kind of moved that out of the way. We had a nice little beach, like a little cove, alcove or something there area. Um, I just wanted to impress upon you that that's what if you have that you don't want a little thin kind of margin for your beach. The same way with the water, it's important to get the right perspective of your land so that you end up. Now these look like little beaches, okay? That it see how the it colors, it changes the color of the land up further because it's gradually going into the water. And so you have to get if you want to get that effect, you have to change your land from this kind of land that goes directly in, okay, straight down into the water, to something that goes gradually like a little saucer of a piece of land. And so that you can actually see, and you can exaggerate that. And so it's a matter of dickering with the depth and dickering. Now all of this seems like it's a little too low compared to my land, but I think it's fine for now. Now we're going to do is, now the trees look okay here also. There aren't very many trees now. So maybe I'll change the seed, but I'm not worried about it right now. So cancel this render, yes. When I made everything kind of narrow, the trees grabbed another kind of, they fell across the land a little bit differently. So we're going to go and we're just going to pull this in a little bit so I can get that alcove back into here. I like this little beach area here. Let's see what this looks like when I do that. Yeah, that's kind of nice. It's a little different than... All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to do something really weird. You see this little plus symbol here? Well, we're going to bring in... Okay, what we're going to do is save this. Okay, file, save as, scene, and we will save this as USXT2. All right. So, yes, accept. So this is our Ultra Scenery XT version 2, because I spent all day this morning trying to map out all this stuff and expand my knowledge of Ultra Scenery so I could pass all this information on to you. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create, in reading the manual, I found out you can have 2 Ultra Scenery XTs at once. Okay. Now our first Ultra Scenery, now again, our Ultra Scenery is way up in the air. It's in the wrong place and all this. So what we're going to do is we've got a camera, we're in our perspective mode. We're going to select this Ultra Scenery 2. We're going to zoom out. And now you can see this is our other Ultra Scenery. This is the new one. And what we're going to do is we're going to push this Ultra Scenery back. We'll go 9, get out of iRay. We're going to push it back. Okay, like this. This is our little staging land area. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to rotate it like this. And then we will bring, and what's really cool here is that, okay, X, we're going to go like this. We're going to pull this over like this. Is that all this land in here, I may not want any of that. So what we do is we go here into our mesh grabber, tool settings here, mesh grabber, grab a hold of this, and we just make this really large. Like, that's as large as we can make it, which is not good. It would take a long time to, so what we could do is possibly hide this. Okay, so we're going to do, instead of mesh grabber, we'll go to our geometry editor. Okay, and then we're going to go to right click to geometry selection, select mode, lasso selection, and we're just going to go like this, and I think we'll leave that. We're going to take this whole group here, select that, right click, geometry visibility, hide selected polygons. Oops, that's why we saved it. Crash, 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 crash. So now you know why I knew I knew I was going into. Now that's like really, really, really advanced. We're going to try it again. So, okay, so we're going to load our scene. That was, I just knew I'm going to crash Daz. Would you like to save? No. All right, we don't need to save a blank scene. Yes, it's time to crash Daz. Okay, so we're going to now add another ultra scenery. So we're going to go to this Ultra Scenery XT and add a second one. 512. Let's go to this 1024. I think that might be the trick, is to make them both the same, like have the same level of geometry detail. So, you know, this looks different. Okay, I might have been looking through the camera. Let's see, through the camera view. All right, it looks like when I reloaded the scene that it might have reset things. Okay, so reset some things, I'm not sure. So we're going to go back to perspective view, and now we're going to go and select that other ultra scenery. It's still kind of there in the position. So we're going to take these mountains and push them, go to 9. Push them back here. We're going to rotate this a little bit like this. Kind of looks like it's the same land. I'm not sure. Now, over here. Okay, we're just going to try this with our tools. Okay, geometry editor. And what happens when we do this? Okay, we're going to right click, mode, lasso. Let's go here. Take this. And now it lets us select it. Select the geometry. It does let us select it. But is it going to let us hide it? No. Close. So that's out of the question. So, danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Danger. Okay. Now, there's a possibility that I might be able to do that in Daz Beta. All right, we're not going to worry about that. I have another trick up my sleeve, okay? So what we're going to do, we're going to file, open recent. We'll reload. No, don't save that. We're going to reload our scene. And see, being able to put, now we're going to go to our camera view and see what happens here. Yeah, see, this looks like my camera view. I think I just had this land a little bit pulled over too far. Just a little bit. Yeah. Maybe a little bit less. Gosh, it's just jerky. Okay, here we go. I think that's good. Now, all right. So what we're going to do now is go back to Ultra Scenery XT. And we are going to add another, I think we'll go with 250. No, with 512 is good. I'm going to leave it at 512 for now. Okay, so we need another piece of land here. And it's up over our head, so we're going to go and select our perspective view. And then we're going to zoom out. We're going to move this where we kind of want it, like this. I am here. What happened was I just did an update on my computer, Ted, and when I did the update on my computer, it erases like all of my system settings and my microphone, which microphone I use, and all kinds of chat settings. So when I went back into internet, into the Chrome, my chat by default is like turned off, and so it was just not on, and so I didn't even see your chats until I looked and I said, where I don't even see the place where I can type in and chat. So I went in and fixed that, and now we are back. So I am trying to, okay, this. Okay, it looks like this land, this is very strange, but I said I have another trick up my sleeve. Maybe not, okay, because it's not letting me even rotate the land. The only thing it will do is allow me to rotate it around and move it front and back, up and down kind of thing. So what we're going to do is, okay, we're going to bring this like this. Okay, this is my staging area here. So what we're going to do is rotate this around like this and see if we can get a little mountain range in behind. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's go to our camera view. See, now we have mountains in behind. And see, I'm not, okay. So I can just come into here and maximum altitude, and we can go to 150 and just raise those mountain peaks up, but it's going to raise other stuff up. But here we go. And then we can go into our, back to our perspective view. And let's pull this back a little more here. So I am here and I am open for chat. I usually am. As you know, Ted, like no, but people aren't clamoring to come into my my Daz my 3D channel here. So you know, it's I'm hungry for chatters, and I'm very eager to talk to my chatters, so I love my chatters. So it's the highlight of this whole experience is when people actually come in and watch, because my channel is so dead and it has so little interest from people that when anybody shows any interest at all, I am delighted. That's the way I am. You can always count on that being the case. So, all right. So we have now other mountains. Now, there might be a way to yank on this mountain and pull it up a little bit. It's okay now the way it is. So now what we do is, you would think now you add water, you know, because this mountain has its own water level. No, okay? You use the water level from this ultra scenery instance. You don't want to put two waters in the same scene, okay? So you just assume that this water is going to be, so whatever's above this water would be at water level is at 15. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to create trees for this ultra scenery thing. So, but we don't want the trees coming out of, we don't want them coming out of the water. So we got to make sure that we set the low level of the trees also. So what we do is we turn the biome on for this right here. We don't add water because we already have water in the scene. So each one comes with the ability to add water with it. You don't add water. This water will create that same effect, that same coastal effect on the second instance, okay? You don't need to have two water effects to create that same, to create that effect, okay? So if we go and look at our perspective view and we turn this ultra scenery off, I believe the water, but we turn the water back on. Now we should see, we go back to our camera view. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that, to be creating a, it doesn't appear to be creating a coastline. It's not that important because it's hidden anyway, okay? So we go back to our camera view and go back to, okay, we turn this back on. Maybe it will, maybe it does do it, but it's because I have this turned off. It's not. Let's go to our perspective view and see if we can spot any places where it might be. Okay, in here. It would be in there and around the back here. No, it doesn't look like it is creating. And all I know is if you add two waters in here at the same time, you end up with a disaster, okay? They fight each other. You move one and the other one moves. Oh, yeah. So it's not meant to have two waters in here at the same time. You can have them in at the same time, but but you can't move them around. They don't move right. You move one and the other one moves. I'm not sure what's up with that. So we go back to our camera view and let's look and we've got our biome on there, but we've got to at least set this towards somewhere near the water level of our other piece of land. They're thrown off. Everything is thrown off by moving the land around. And so this is where you're almost better off not moving your land around and just trying to to create new seeds until you arrive at the piece of land that you're kind of looking for. And then everything, all the math, everything all just works together. I'm just showing you an alternative, kind of messed up way to do this, all right? So where you just move the land and disregard, who cares, whatever, you're going to move the land, and it throws all your number systems off and everything. But you can still make it work by visually looking at things. So this water, okay, so we're going to now take this piece of land here, and we're going to try to say, okay, if the water depth is at 25, then we're going to say for this piece of land that the water depth is, now I would say if you set the water depth to the same level as the other water, So, because this says water depth 25, what if we turn this on? Okay, so now we have two waters. We have the water here. And let's look at it from the side camera. Let's go into the perspective view. And you see they're both at 25, but they're in different places. And see, so this is very strange indeed, okay? So, and if I try to raise the water level, watch what happens when I raise the water level up for this ultra scenery instance. And let's go to 50, like that. Oh, that was the depth? Okay, Z. Oh, that didn't work. Why you can't undo these? Okay, edit. All right, so we go back to 25. That's 25. Okay, so the water level, let's go to, what was the water level here? Is 15. All right, so we go here to the water level here. Water level, let's go to 15. I don't think it's not going to put it in the same place. All right, so let's go up to 30. Let's go to 35. Let's go to 40. Well, it's moving this time. Okay. All right, so the thing is that all you really want with the water level is to know roughly where to begin your trees. Okay, so let's go to water level 60. Okay, now they're about the same, which I would say that you turn the water level off once you get your tree level. So we go here now, we can just go back to and this is what you do. You never drag the water in Daz. You never move ever move the water, because then it won't paint it won't change the pattern of the land in the right place. You always move the water through this dialogue here, through this water level and water depth. You always change it here. Never move it, ever move it in Daz. Now, okay, it looks like these water levels, this is a little bit high, so let's go to 60 to like 58. Okay, it's still a little high. Let's go to 55. Okay, 54. Okay, let's go to 40. Oh, it's going higher, so let's go 62. 65. All right, that moved it down a little bit. Oh, I'm moving the land. Oh, it's still, okay, it's still the water level of the land. Okay, so, all right, let's now go back to our camera view, and we're underwater. See, it moved the other water. You see, so that's why I'm saying that you can't have two waters in here, because it moves the other water too. And if I move this down, this other water down, okay, so that it's just, and now if I turn this other water off, we go here, we just turn the water off, and suddenly my other water is in the right place. So you can't use two waters at the same time. You just use one. All right, now there is a way to mix the two scenes together. Map height, noise, I don't know how any of this works, but you have add and then you have multiply. What it does is it multiplies like one scene into the other, one piece of land into the other. It's weird how this works. I have no idea how this works. And I will also say that um, the manual is not incredibly helpful. It goes through each one and says seed, like you can change the seed, and scale. It scales how high the mountain peaks are and everything, and it just goes through and explains it. But it doesn't say things like how do you make more of a coastline? How do you those kind of things? And it's just there, and can you move the land? I mean, you would think it would say something like, "Do not move the land with your Daz move tools. Move the land using the maximum altitude. If you move the land using you will throw off the numbers." None of that's in the manual. Okay, so what I'm doing, that's why I'm doing this. Okay, now we're going to put some trees on this mountain. Okay, so here we go back to this. All right. Simulation settings. We are in ultra scenery. And we have a different. Now what we can do is put like a different texture on this mountain so that it has a different kind of look than the other mountain because it's further away. And then what we can also do is we can add a different kind of tree to it, so that because these trees would be a higher elevation. Now, if they're actually going to work or not, let's see. So let's go into a quick render and see how this works. All right, let's okay, so we are going no map directory defined. So we've got to define a map directory here. Yes. And we're going to go up one, and we'll call this test terrain 2. So here we go. Select. So we have another directory for this instance of Ultra Scenery XT. And okay. Here we go. Let's see if we have trees on these mountains, because it could be any. All right, so I don't see any trees here. Oh, but we got trees coming through the ground. So okay, so we've got to raise the tree level and lower it, I guess. So raise the lower end and raise the higher end. Okay, because it's coming from down below. Okay, cancel this. Yes. So again, this is how you do this. This is a visual cue that explains how to do this. Okay, so we're going to go now to our biome and say, let's do this instead of minus 25. Where does our other biome start? Our trees start on the other biome at 16 to 60. So let's try this 16 to 60. 16 to 60. We're going to have to go higher than 60 because that mountain peak goes higher. So we'll go to 120. All right, now let's see if we got trees on there, and they're going to not come through the water, hopefully. Here we go. We got another like here. Thank you very much for whoever left the like. I appreciate it very much. It's really nice. I try to keep things nice and sweet here, you know, and it's tough, you know, to try and just not get into politics when I'm trying to teach how to do something in Daz Studio, and we're live. We are live. So I'm probably going to just go back and cut that whole section out because it was like doesn't even belong in this video. So I probably even went in more into depth than it needed to be, but that's the way it is. So now we still got trees. We have trees on there, but we have trees down below here, which I don't want. So we have to go higher than 16. Now, another thing I could do is just move that whole piece of land out and out beyond. So, but let's see if we can do something. There's another possibility here. So that it's just out beyond completely. And now let's see about this, these trees. If I just go here to this ultra scenery and let's go bring the level up to like 20, so that the bottom minimum altitude, so they're not going to be down here, and they start somewhere like right below this line here. Let's see if that works. 20, we might have to go higher. So yep. Okay, it's still, they're still too low. They're still low, so we got to go up higher. And they're not climbing all the way up the mountain either. But we got them going almost all the way up to the top of this mountain. So I don't want to go too much higher up the mountain. But we can say 130 maybe, 140 up the mountain. And then we're going to go, instead of this, let's try going to... Now we know that this is 0, I guess, minimum altitude. But that's not 0 for the land. So let's go 40, 30, 40. Let's try 40 and see if that does it. All right, let's give this another render. Yeah. So yeah, this is our second layer, okay? And I think we're about ready to achieve our second layer. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, so we still have these damn trees coming through the water here. So what we got to do is go higher now, maybe close this out. Okay, what I'm going to do is what I thought I should do in the first place here. Okay, so we're going to take our land here, close this, and we're going to take our perspective view, and we're going to take this land here. We're going to just put, I'm coming to the conclusion that it's really you do have, if you want to have a second piece of land here in Daz Studio. Now what I'm going to do is something kind of weird. I'm going to take this land here and I'm going to, it says there's a special, it says 0 edge. Okay, what it's going to do is flatten the edge down. Okay, there's one part. All right, then we're going to take this and we're going to rotate it. It does let us rotate it. Let's go into our, okay, we're going to rotate this, like that. And then we're going to come here and move it over, I guess, like this. And we bring this up like this. What if we bring this a little bit like this? So we're not going to have like a piece of a hill or something where a tree happens to sit on the top of it. Okay, where it's going to, everything is going to be low level except for what's up behind here. So you kind of have to, in order to get this background land, you got to move this out of the way like this. And you've got to bring it in behind here like this. Now let's see what that does. Now let's go to our camera view. All right, now we have a nice little mountain range in behind here. Now, I think you can even scale this, but I'm not sure that you, oh yeah, you can scale this by going width and say 150, 1000. Okay. And see, that just made it longer. Now I can push it back a little more like this also. And now we go back to our perspective view, and you can see what we have. We have this flat plane, and as long as we have our tree line starting somewhere up above that, we won't have trees in our water. Okay? So now we go back to our camera view, and let's see where our trees begin. I would say 0. Where 0 is, we don't know, because we've moved the land. And so 0 is this is no longer aware of where 0 is. So all we can do is eye it. And so we go into here and we look and see, do we have trees coming in the water? If we do, we have to raise the elevation so that it's not on that flat, so that it's above that flat part of this plane, this Ultra Scenery XT2 plane. Yeah, so here we go. Now it's saying nobody's here. I don't know. I think Angus might still be here, but you know, it's the irony of my life, you know, to you know, that people can't respect that I'm here trying to teach a game, and that it has to evolve into, you know, something, you know, a tit for tat kind of thing. It's just, it's too bad that things have to evolve that way. All right, now it looks like my trees are up above, and they're not too high here. This is exactly what I want here. But we need to lower the trees because you can see they're stopping here. So now we can go a little bit lower here than what we have. So we're at our ultra scenery. 38 degrees. Oh my gosh, Angus. Oh my gosh. The hinterlands are freezing. Minimum altitude. So we're going to go to 10. We'll try that. And hopefully we don't have any trees coming up through the water here. Oh my gosh, 38 degrees. What are we here? How are we doing? It's 57 here. So I have a fan drawing cold air into my room here. So it may not stay on for long. It's nice to have you here, Angus. Thank you. Very nice to have you here. So don't have to worry about that we're just here to keep things light. And that's what we try to do, is keep things light. And that's good. And loving, you know? So yeah. Yep. Let's hope we don't have any trees. If we do, then it's just a matter of changing that by a degree or two, you know, so that they're not along the plane. Okay, I've got 2 of these. All right, that's the one, the current one. That's the old one. Okay, so this is the new one. So we got it. Now you can see we have a background land, okay? And we have this foreground land. Now, I don't like the way the trees are all kind of along this, so I'm going to change the seed and see if I can get the trees in this front land to kind of do something different, okay? So we could actually put palm trees here, so there's palm trees in the front and then up the trees. So it could be tropical down below, but the thing is to at least get the correct kind of placement. I mean, it looks like a tree farm right here. It just doesn't look right. So we're going to go here back to this, and we're going to change the seed of this biome. So where is the seed? This is the seed. Let's go here. Let's 3172. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, now we're going to put another mountain range behind this one. It's not going to be an ultra scenery mountain range. It's going to be a different kind of mountain range. You're going to see this is this is going to be fun. So here we go. Hopefully we'll get a nice seed here, and it will just populate the trees exactly the way we want them on here. And that will be it. So we gotta wait until it starts to render. The only way to see how the trees are going is to actually go into a render. So they don't show up in iRay, they don't show up in any other way. Okay. Now we still got little. I think I'm going to change the texture of the land here so that, because it's like little troughs, like what you have in a farm. I can't remember the troughs, or not troughs. They're like furrows, going down through, and the trees are following into those furrows. Now, if I change it to a different kind of land, it will might have furrows, but in a different kind of pattern. So we cancel this, close that, and let's go up here and let's grab. That's mat 1. Let's try mat 2. I want a green one. Let's see if we can find something that's still green. 6. That one. Let's try that. And let's give it a render and see whether if our trees find a different pattern along the, because I believe that like the darker green the darker area, certain areas are where the trees are going to want to grow, where the rocky areas, the trees kind of grow around those areas. It's because, and you can see in this image here that some areas are rocky and some of them are green. Well, the green areas are where mostly in the dark green, where it's kind of rich soil area, that's where the trees would grow theoretically. So let's see what we have here. Because that kind of tree farm look didn't really appeal to me. And it looks like we've got little troths here, or they're like furrows. I'm not sure what they're called, but troughs, or I can't think of the word I'm trying to think of. Let's see what we got. We got this rendering now. No, it's doing the same thing. So let's, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. It doesn't look like it changed the, doesn't look like it changed the ground texture either. Let's mat, we got? That's mat 6, mat 7, mat 8, mat 9. They're getting more like sandy, mat 10. All right, let's try that, mat 10. And we're going to take some of this smoothing down a little bit. Just a wee bit. All right, and we have this gamma up. Let's go to 6 on the gamma, 6. That should give it a little bit more darker areas here. Oh, that, I don't like that. 1, let's go to 1. I can always go back to 4.99. And what if we bring this up? Am I underwater now? Could be. We're underwater. So we got to take our water node, lower it down some to 10. Didn't work. 5. Okay, so what if we go back here to our .499? Okay, that's big. It was .499. Point. And then we have to lower this again. And we raise our water level up. Where was it? At 15. Let's go to 15. All right, let's change our tree seed. Tree seed. Now this erosion, I think I'm going to take the erosion out. What's this displace? That didn't seem to do much, but it did give us a little bit more of a... Now where are my trees? Okay, they're down in the biome. Let's try a different seed. Let's go 4,000. Doesn't really matter with these seeds. Conifer 1. Let's go conifer 2. Oh, now how about this tussock conifer? That gives us these little kind of plants down around the edge. It's like bushes and trees. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we've got. Are the trees going to be kind of like... Okay, we have no trees. That's because I've thrown off the tree thing. These trees look kind of nice in the back. But we have no trees here because I've thrown off the water and tree ratio here. Cancel. All right, so we've got to go back here, figure out why our trees are gone. So this is here. At this one, our water is at 15. So water level is at 15. Minimum altitude, okay, is 15. So that's correct. Maximum altitude. Let's go 100. Now this is weird. We just got to try a different seed. 400 isn't working. 6,000. Let's try that. Some of these seeds you end up with no trees at all just because it's that particular seed. Okay. We're going to close down my gaming stuff. That would be Steam. And we got BattleNet. Now that's weird. Oh, something is really, well, it's not. Something's I've corrupted something really bad. I don't know what. It is still creating the, yeah, so it's creating the, it just looks horrible, this whole, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I don't think you're supposed to move these up or down. Maybe you can move them side to side and move them back, but I don't think you're supposed to move them up or down. And that's, I think you're supposed to use the up and down. So, now if I take this ultra scenery here, and I take this and go, look at the parameters here, render settings, parameters, and we go here, Y translate, let's go to 0, enter, X translate, and Z is okay. And the same thing with this one, Y translate, 0. Don't move it up or down. Use your, okay, now we go back to our ultra scenery here, and we go -20, -40. Okay, now we're underwater, but we know now what we're doing here. So we want to set our water now to around like just below 0 to like 2. Now we know what we're doing here. So we set our water to just below 0. -2. And there it is. It's just right below us here. And so now we can take this ultra scenery here, and we can go to like 40 maybe. Lower the upper part of our land. There. Now it's just so much easier when you don't mess with the height. And the same with this right here. It's at 0 now. So the water is coming. So we know that -2, so our trees would start at 1, at -1 spacing. Okay, oh shit. Okay, I think I just messed this up. What if we just take and turn that off? Okay, and we turn it back on. I don't see a reset. No. Restrict the current camera. I hate the way this works like this. Spacing. How do you set it to default? Reset to default. Okay, is 1. Now that may have been a problem right there. Okay, scale. I know I want that at 0.5. Now seed, reset to default. That's 500. Okay. And now our trees here in the back. Okay, these trees would also be start at, where's our water level? Our water level is at -2, so it would be -1. Just 1 up, okay, from the water level. So it would be our trees would be maximum, okay, -1. All right. That would be just 1 up from water level. And then we go here to 140. I don't know that we have to go up that high. How high is our land? Now we know it's 150, so we don't want it at the peak, so 140 should be a good amount. Okay, this goes down to -25. But our water, you see, it goes, the valleys here go down to -25. So that's flat part that goes all around it, where we made the outside, this part right here where we did 0 edge. That 0 is not 0. It's actually -25, because -25 would be the lowest peak. Okay, so we're clear of having our trees on. We're actually at -2 where our trees begin, so we won't have trees in our water here. So also, so let's see if this works. Now, this should work. I don't know if I set the maximum, okay, because the maximum altitude, oh, is 140 for that, but I didn't set the maximum altitude for this one, so which would be, we'll have to look at the top there to find out. See, so I guess that's the thing, is you can move it from side to side, and there's no real penalty for doing that. You might even you can rotate it. All right, but you can't move it up or down. And then you still retain your numbering system. Like how the water, your levels of things, because it's following the standard of, okay, now I have something wrong. The trees look beautiful in the background. They're going up to 140. Okay, and they're going down at least and going in behind. I don't know how far down they're going, but that's fine enough. All right, so the only thing we have a problem with is this piece of land here doesn't have any trees right now. And it's probably the upper limit. Let's see what we have. Close this. So we select this thing, and we're going up to 100, but it's up to 40. So let's, okay, 16 is the minimum. Where's our water? Okay, this is the problem, because it's going to 16 and it's got to be at -1. Okay, so -1. And the upper limit of our land here is 40. So it says -40, but the water is at -2. It doesn't go all the way down to the bottom of the lake. So the water is at -2. So we need the land starting at -1, the trees starting and going, it goes up to 40. So let's go up to like 35. We don't need it on the tippy top growing. We could have them growing kind of up, but not to the tippy top. Okay, now we're going to have some trees. And I think that the what would you call it? The spacing and all of that's going to work right because the land's at the right height and all. So altitude and all, it's at the altitude it expects it to kind of be at. Yeah. All right, here we go. We will have trees. I'm quite certain we will have trees. Here, we're waiting here. Okay, and I think we're going to be moving on to the next step because we'll have trees here. And so now, I mean, you can dicker with this. You can make the land whatever size you want. I'm just trying to show you how to use a front piece of land and then a back piece of land. And we're going to add mountains in the way background. Okay, so that's what we're doing is we're trying to get some layers here. And I see some kind of trees here. Something. Looks like we got some kind of trees here, but oh, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. When I picked that bush it's called something like bushes and trees. Well, the bushes only appear down below, and you can see there are little teeny bushes here, and you have to get up to a certain elevation before the trees appear. So that's the problem here with it. So, okay, would you like to cancel this render? Yes. This only goes up like, 20 meters. It's not like a mountain or anything. So it's only going to show the bushes, and we got little patches of bushes. We probably don't have the best seed in the world for this, but we can just switch this biome back to conifer, or let's go tropical. See, with these tussock, and I went with tussock conifer, and which means, as you can see this little picture here, you've got all the tussock down below, and then up high you got the conifers. See, so that's why we don't have any. So let's go tropical. We'll have all kinds of tropical trees here. And then we'll have the fir trees going up the mountains. All right, let's see what this does. We've still got the same thing, -1 and 35. So they're not going to go all the way up to the top, but we should have a bunch of some kind of pine trees, banana trees. I think there's a bunch of different trees that it puts in. It's not just palm trees. It's banana. I don't know. There's a few others. So that's the second time that Tussock one has thrown me off, and it's like, why don't I have trees? I don't know what I did. Yeah. So... all right. Here we go. Here we go. Any minute now. It's taking a little longer because it's actually generating trees this time. And I find that these these tropical trees, they came out later, so they were made. I think they put a little bit more time into making them. So they work. Okay, we got some tropical trees here. It's okay. I'm just doing this to kind of give you guys the a basic idea of this. And there's ways of doing this. Now we're keeping this sphere here because right under this sphere, like I can put a piece of land here, okay, that just goes up to as far as this sphere, and I can put characters sitting like in lawn chairs or something and in front of all of this, okay? So that's going to be the last part, is decorating this with some characters in front, okay? And they're going to be looking out over this beautiful lake in the scene, and there's going to be grass here. And so that's the forefront layer, okay? So we've got this layer here. We've got this layer here. So now we're ready. We've got trees here. The tropical trees are fine, okay? So let's go cancel this now. Now we're going to do another fun thing. We're going out of Ultra Scenery XT. We've got our Ultra Scenery XT already. And I only see pine trees, but I think there are other trees here mixed in. So I only see like fir trees, but I think there are coconut trees, and there are I only see not fir trees, but palm trees. I think they look like palm trees, but it's okay. It's just so that we have that lower layer. You can put on this lower layer whatever you want to put on here, okay? So once you get it set up, it's up to you to change the slope and to change the shape of the islands and to do that. I'm just trying to show what is possible, okay? Now what we're going to do is we're going to go up into this is another product that you have to own. I highly recommend purchasing this. This is one of the very first products I ever bought for Daz Studio. It's an old product, but it works so well. And wait till you see how this works. Okay, so we're going to go now and we're going to look for something called Terra, ERRA, Terradome. Okay, and it's right. Where's Terradome? Where are you, Terradome? Okay, we're selected out of here. Probably looking right at it. There it is, Terradome 3. Don't buy Terradome 2. Don't buy anything for Terradome 2. Okay, only buy the Terradome 3. Now this is called the B zone. Okay. Now, as you can see, it's this like little layered. Okay, let's go into into texture shaded mode. Come on. All right, so it's this little, we're going to select this B zone. And what I've got to do is lower the B zone so that you can see that it goes to our water level, down below our water level, sort of, kind of. And then we're going to go and select our perspective view and then hit this B zone here. Okay, and this is it. But what we got to do is move the B zone behind our mountain range here. Okay, and then we got to scale it up. So we go to our parameters, back out of here. Okay, anyway, go to parameters and scale this B zone way out like this. And we're gonna zoom out again. And we're gonna look at this like this. There's our little staging area. So we want this kind of in behind this big mountain here. And we can rotate it a little bit like this and move it over a little bit like this. Okay, that should work. Now we're going to go back to our camera view. And we're going to go into these B zone parameters and look at all the different kinds of twisting fjord. Look at this. Okay, that didn't work. That only goes so high. Rim of hell. Why isn't this working? I might have to raise it up. Okay, there's the rim of hell. All right, that's not what we want. Okay, so we're gonna bring that back down. We right click and reset. Where's reset here. Reset that. We want to reset the twisting fjord back to 0. All right, now we're going to go, how about Black Mountain? We've already got a peak in the center, so we're not going to go with Black Mountain. Skull Mountain. Okay, Man of the Mountain. We don't want these. Oh, man. Mount Chaos. That's another kind of center mountain thing. We want eroded mesas. No. And Mountain 2. There we go. And we've got to bring this down. And what we've got is now the ability to come in here where it says parameter settings, and so it says use limits, accept. Then we can bring this way up if we want, okay? We have more play. Okay, and we try Mountains 1. All right, now I think we got to pull this over more like this way and scale this out some more. So we'll go up here to scale. Okay, and we'll bring it down. Bring it over. Okay, and now we can take these mountains and bring them down a little bit. All right. Now let's go into iRay, and they're going to be gray. They're not going to have any texture on them right now. And what we can do now is put a texture on them. Smart content. Go back into this. And we have materials. There's all kinds of plugins you can buy for this and everything. So we're going to take and put some snow-capped mountains. There we go. And so what I'm going to do is lower this mountain a little bit. It doesn't need to be so high. So we go here to our to Ultra Scenery XT, and we have it at 150. Let's go to 120. All right, let's go to 100. Now we're going to have to change our tree line so it doesn't go all the way up also. That is very nice right there. So now we go to our tree line, and so our tree biome is going up, so it's going up to 140, so we want it to go up to like 90, 95 maybe. All right, maximum altitude for our trees. This is very easy. Now we go here. Let's see what this looks like in iRay. We don't have a sky in here yet, okay? Now you can see all the different kinds of mountain ranges that we can pull out of our out of the Terradome. So Terradome is an awesome product, and you can get it. It's so old. It was made so many years ago that you can get it on sale, and as you can see, I used this way behind, and I would suggest sometime upping the it comes with what's it, with the smoothing, you know, the smoothing thing. It's up in here somewhere. It's the I'll think of it in a minute. But you can smooth them so that they're not as the geometry isn't quite as jagged. So I would suggest using that, because you'll get to your final render, and you'll spend hours rendering it, and then you look at the mountains and say, they could have been a little bit more, the geometry could have been a little less jagged. And from here it looks beautiful. And like I say, you can go and turn off limits and use it for massive mountains, way in the background. This is because the thing is what don't you see on these mountains? Okay, what is missing? All right, there's something missing from them. They have snow caps. They have everything. They don't have any trees. And see, that's why we use these other mountains, because they have trees. So look, our trees went well. There's some little patches in here where, and then we have these trees, mountains way in the background. They're such high mountains that they don't have even trees. They have snow caps. So now this we can hide this sphere, okay? We don't need it right now, but let's just let this render a tiny bit so to kind of relish the moment. Okay, so what we need is some kind of sky in behind, just for the heck of it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to use Ultra Scenery here in our for the foreground. Okay, so we're using Ultra Scenery XT. We used it twice. We used it for this. It looks like we have like a beach. It does look like a tropical beach here, which is pretty nice. Okay, so we're already up to, okay, so we're going to cancel this. Yes. And we could put we could put other little shrubberies and bushes. You can put things up in the foreground here. You could put a little dock, you know, out that goes out with boats and stuff. And yeah, there's all kinds of stuff you can do once you get this all done. This looks very like Everglades kind of thing. It's pretty cool. So we're not going to delete the sphere for now. We're just going to hide it so it's out of the way. All right, what we're going to do next is just put a little sky in so we don't have so we have a nice little sky. I almost would like to make these mountains a lot taller, but we're going to we'll worry about that in a bit. I think I will make them just a little while I'm here. Okay, parameters. Let's make the mountain ranges a little taller. We want them really good, to really kind of tower over our other mountains. All right, so now we're going to go here to environment options, browse, and we're going to our HDRI all, and we are looking for a sky. This kind of looks so this. Let's see what this is. I'm just going to put anything here for now, okay? Well, that looks terrible. Let's see if I move it around a little bit. That looked kind of nice. Where was it? Where were we? Yeah, that looks kind of cool there. So we'll leave that. We just need to put something here, and it made the water, took all that gray away from the water and gave the water a kind of tropical look, okay, which is nice. So now we have, so we're going on, okay? This is how we make a beautiful scene, people. Yes, this is art, just like all of the other kind of art on YouTube. This is art as well, or if this. So now we're going to take and add, and it takes hours. We've been working at this for 2 hours and 50, for almost 3 hours. And I spent all morning making another scene that was similar to this. All day until 5 o'clock, I worked making another scene. So I've been working like all day on this particular project. The idea came to me earlier today, and I decided that I was going to make this project and show you guys how to do this. So now this, these, I'd like to just bring these down a tiny bit. I'm seeing a little bit of a kind of area here that I don't like. Okay, this looks good now. So now we're going to go with our, we're going to now go to our ultra scenery. We have our camera here. We're looking at our scene through our camera. I'm going to lock the camera. All right, most use, okay, we're going to go here and we're going to lock the camera. All right, so I don't move this camera from the center here. Now what I'm going to do is also go into favorites, and we're going to go to most used, and we're going to go to ultra scenery creator. And we're going to go to, we're going to pick a flat piece of land. So we're going to go with 1. All right, we're going to go to features, and let's go. What have we got here? Why not put, let's look and see what we have here. I like these stones. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to use of this. Yeah, I think I can find some places to use these stones. So we're going to try the stones, then we're going to go to ecology, and We'll use these grasslands, but we're going to get rid of all the trees, aspens. And I don't think I want the daisies. I'll put my own flowers if I need them. Camera, we're going to follow the camera view. All right, and build the scene. Okay, now this is going to build a gigantic piece of land. It's not going to probably cover it, all of our stuff here. And it may be up in the air a little bit. So we're going to have to, what we're going to have to do is really finagle to move this land where we want it without Ultra Scenery complaining about it. So we shall see. I believe it's going to be up in the air more than I want it to be. Now, Ultra Scenery, you can't move at all. If you move it, then you go to regenerate the plants. The plants will go where it thought it was and not where you moved it. Okay, so we're done here. Done. Close. All right, we're underground. So what we're going to do, we're under the plane, the Ultra Scenery plane. That we can't have, but we're going to just mess with this. Okay, perspective. Now my computer might just totally crap out here on us. So we're doing some pretty intense stuff here. All right, there is our Ultra Scenery plane. And what I want to do is I want to put a camera towards the edge here, like right here. So we're going to create another camera, new camera, camera 2, apply default settings. All right, so we're going to now look through this other camera. And I'm going to move this camera up and around and everywhere I want until I get it where I want it to be. Okay, which is about here, I think, somewhere in here. And down. Okay, let's go front. And let's move it over now like this. And in a little bit more. Okay. Like this, like that. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our Ultra Scenery. We're going to open Ultra Scenery like this. Where is it? Most used Ultra Scenery. These are my favorites, so I have these set up. You wouldn't have these. You'd have to kind of go in and create these and add them to your scripts and favorite. But we're back to this build, but we're going to go to this build and we're going to select camera 2 and then we're going to rebuild it. So now it's, instead of building it for camera 1, which was down below, it's building it for camera 2. And once I have this done, then we can take this scene, we can take, and let's see what this looks like. 0. So we're going to go into Ultra Scenery. We're going to see what this looks like in iRay. And see if this looks like something I could use. Yeah, that's beautiful. Okay, I can put other plants and other things here. All right, so this is enough of a piece of land. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take this. Now what's really, oh, we're in iRay. So we're not, this isn't a render, this is iRay. Okay, so we're going to, now we don't have an actual light in the scene. So my camera is lighting this up. And creating more of a light than the atmosphere is putting off. But that's okay. So what we're going to do is take this Ultra Scene and camera 2, and I'm going to put them both into a group. And it was going to be ultrascene and camera. All right, now what I'm going to do is go to my parameter view. Perspective, I mean. And we're going to go out of here. And as you notice, there was a little V there. So what I'm going to do is move this down first. And now you see two cameras. I'm going to line these cameras up so that this camera and that camera are both about the same place. Okay, we're going to go back to the front. We're going to go up. And I'm going to zoom in. Now I'm going to select this camera 2. And go and zoom in and see where our other camera is. All right, it's down below, so we're going to select this. Okay, and I'm going to line them up as best I can. So this would be go X like this. Because I want my scene to be here in the center. And once you do this, you can't bring ultra scenery back in. Okay, and we're going to rotate this a little bit. Y. Then I'm going to go Z, bring it back. X. Y translate. Front. Okay, we're going to go Y translate some more. Oh, my thing's underwater. I didn't plan on that. Let's go around this way. Not completely. Now why? Yes, you can add. You can add buildings. You can take sections of ultra scenery, the ground, and you can create a material like zone, like a shader zone, and put your own ground in that area so you can make roads in ultra scenery. It's a plane. And so you can cut pieces out of ultra scenery. Once you kind of divorce ultra scenery from the from its source, so to speak, you can, from the program, you can treat it like any. And you know what else you can do is you can use ultra scatter, which I might do. You can use ultra scatter and put your own ultra scenery. You can scatter other items on the ultra scenery plane. It's a plane. It's like any other plane that you would create, or a piece of land or anything. It's and it doesn't have the finest geometry in the world, okay? So that's one drawback of the ultra scenery terrain, is it's not the finest terrain in the world, okay? So now I'm going to look through my camera 2. Okay, I just want to look at this from the top now and see if my cameras, they're pretty well lined up. Okay, we'll bring it back a little bit more. Line them up like this, and line it up along the center here. So now we go back to our camera 2, and let's go to iRay and see what this looks like. You can add buildings onto, you can add bushes, you can, and the thing is you see, if you noticed, I turned all the trees off because, you know, for a little piece of land that's kind of sticking off. It's like supposedly the land goes off and it goes down a hill and down onto a beach. That's what you kind of imagine with this, is that we're up on a hill. You can take this little area and you can select this area and select this whole area and then create a zone, it's called. And then when you open up ultra scatter, that zone will show up in ultra scatter. Yes, I can show you the geometry. Okay, I thought I can show you the geometry here. See, this is the wireframe, and the rocks are pretty detailed here. And I think the rocks are part of, I don't think I can select them separately. Like, yeah, this is an instance, okay? So I think I can turn, like, one particular rock off. Yes, and these rocks are highly detailed as rocks go. But as you can see, the ground here isn't incredibly detailed, but it's detailed enough so that I can. Okay, camera, go back. It's detailed enough so that I can go back, that I could grab, like, select a section of this with Geometry Editor, create a zone, and then, and what you do, once you create that zone, it loses its texture. So what you have to do then is, see, now I have a staging area for my okay, so we're gonna, there it is. That's our scene. So now I have a staging area for a couple of characters. Maybe they'll be sitting in some lawn chairs looking out with some sunglasses on and all. So this is how you build layers into your scene. And so once you go into Geometry Editor and you select this area and create a zone, it loses its texture. So all you do is go to the other part of the plane that you didn't select and still has its surface on it, and you copy that surface and paste it back onto here, and it melds back into, but it's a separate zone. And when you then open up Ultra Scatter and you say, I would like to scatter some tulips here or something, then you just it shows you that zone in Ultra Scatter. You can select that zone, and then Ultra Scatter will only scatter to that zone, which is right in your camera view. So this is how you do this. So now we're going to do a quick. I'm going to put a light in the scene just to turn off my camera lights. Okay, you're going to notice it gets darker here now. Okay, we'll go back, and it got a little darker, not that much, but now let's do a quick render here. Now the spotlight is actually under the ground. Now I can hide the spotlight, and I think it will still keep my camera light off. I could go and shut the camera light off myself, but now I can delete camera 1 because I don't need it anymore. And now what I've done is I've moved this scene down. Usually what I do is I'm not a big HDRI fan. I use HDRI maps, but what I will do is I will take and put a plane way behind this whole scene. You'll see me do that in other tutorials, but I'm a fan of using planes because when I render this picture here, and if I go and do a quick render here, everything has like very deep, fine detail in this image, except the HDRI. And the HDRI is actually a it's like 16K. Some of them I even have 20K HDRIs. But even with the 20K HDRIs, they just look terrible. When you zoom in on the picture, everything has this massive, massive detail, but the sky looks all kind of pixelated. And you learn that about your images when you render your images like you know, at 13K and stuff. That's what I render my images at 13K, and you zoom in and everything looks beautiful because everything's got like 4K textures on it, except the sky, which has got like an 8 or 10, and you look at the sky and the sky is horrible. So what I do is I will a lot of times I'll just use I'll put a plane and I'll put that 13K HDRI on that plane. And then I got this, instead of the 13K being stretched around the whole scene with this infinite kind of dome, it's only in front of the camera stretched on that plane going from side to side. And so all of that 13K is in front of the camera. And then you end up with these really, really wow skies, okay? And they're not kind of blown out and all pixelated. So the answer is, yeah, I don't use and then what I'll do sometimes is then I'll turn the HDRI light off, the sky off. Like everything in this scene right now, you look at this. If I rendered this at 13,000 pixels, the trees, the rocks, everything, the water will all have this massive, massive, massive quality. But when I zoom in on the sky is all like blur. And that's not good, all right? Now, I could use the sky just for the lighting, okay? But why do that when I can just take and put a distant light in and focus the distant light in wherever I want to focus it into the scene, and I've got my light source. And the distant light is kind of gives you some nice shadows. You can do some fun stuff with the distant light. So we've got some hard shadows coming in here with these trees and all. But now you can see what we're doing here. What this is all about. We've got these we've got layers. We've got this layer, then we've got this layer here, then we've got this layer. We've got this layer, and then we have our sky layer. So what I'll do is I'll show you the difference. Now you look how everything looks so sharp, but the sky kind of looks blurry. All right, and this is a very, very high quality HDRI, okay, that we've got on the sky. So all right, so what we'll do is we'll cancel this render, and I will create a plane and put it in the background and put an HDRI on it, and you will see the difference between having it on just the plane and having the image stretched out on the plane versus having the image stretched, that same image stretched all the way around the sky. Okay? Then it gets blurred and it gets pixelated. So what I'm going to do is turn off some stuff here so I can move around and get around. So we're going to close this, and we'll turn off the these ultra scenery things. We'll just hide them for now. Okay, I don't need this sphere anymore. I have a scene. And so we go now with this ultra scene. We'll turn this off. Let's go into texture shaded mode. I could probably do this Control L. I don't know why it's not giving me a light, but maybe it will. We're not out of iRay. Okay, L. That did it. I think I have to actually have a light in the scene to do the L thing. So we're going to hide this. And let's hide this ultra scenery here. This. Okay. So we're going to put a plane in the scene. No, that wasn't it. This is the plane. Primitive. We're going to go to plane. Okay. 20 by 20 is okay because we're going to scale it. And now we're going to rotate it so it's up like this. I do this for almost every scene that I make. Okay, we want that at 90 degrees. And you're going to have to watch. You're going to have to watch this because it's a pretty in-depth process. But that's why I'm doing it here to show you. Okay, so we're going to go Z. And we're going to put this way behind even this mountain. So I'm going to scale it so that I don't lose it when I bring it back. And then we're going to go back to, let's say, 8 for now. 8,000. We're still not behind our mountains. So let's go to, let's add another whole 8 to this. We're still not behind our mountains, but I got to scale it now. All right. And then we're going to go another 8 or 9. I think we're behind our mountains now, but we want to be way behind our mountains because we don't want our mountains to put a shadow on. If this is too close to the mountains will put a shadow on your sky. Okay? So you need it far enough back. So we're going to go to our perspective view and we're going to take a look at this plane here. And see how far. Now, we're quite a ways behind that mountain. So I think we're like too far behind the mountain. So we'll come in a little. It doesn't matter, but let's go into like 2. And then let's go back here to our plane and see how far. Now I think I got to go more. So let's go to 5. And now let's go to our camera view. And we're going to scale this X like that. And we're going to bring this up like this. And that's too thin. Okay, so we got to scale it Z. All right. And this is where the magic comes in. So now we can go and I will pick that same sky, all right, that is being used for our HDRI. And you'll see the difference between that using that sky on a plane and it's only stretched where our camera view is versus having that same sky stretched all the way around the scene and having all those pixels just stretched to heck. Okay, so here we go to surfaces, plane, and we're looking for a base color. And one of these in here is going to be that HDR, Astro, Alto Stratus Sky. So we put that as our base color. And this will also show in texture shaded mode. We're going to put that there. I don't know why it's not showing. So, but let's now put this on our emission color. So you have to put this on as your emission color. So we change our emission color to white. And then we're going to change the emission color to We're going to change put the astro sky there. Okay, this is the ground, so this is upside down. So we're going to flip it around like this. All right. Now we're going to go to our parameters and go 180. This was a rotate. Where was a rotate? Rotate. This would be 90. And this minus, that would Z. We'll do that at minus 90. Okay. And now what we do is we take this plane and we go back to our surfaces. We're not done yet. And we have to put this same image on our luminance. Okay. And that's it. And so we put this on luminance. And then we can, this is going to put off light, okay, like an HDRI. So now what we're going to do is go back to parameters, and we're going to scale this up like this would be Z. And we bring this down, Y, translate. Let's use this. It's a little faster. Okay. Now, that wasn't that hard. All right, so now we go and turn back on our other stuff. This is our ultrascene here. Turn back on this ultrascene XT. This one. And we got anything else that's turned off? This, our spotlight, we got that turned off. Okay, everything else is on. Let's see what this looks like now in a render. Let's save this. So this is how I always do my skies. Look at the detail. We had a couple of like blurry little clouds. And now look what we have. Now we have something that is highly detailed. And it matches the detail of your scene, of everything else in your scene. So this is how you do it, okay? And, you know, this image was meant, and I'm putting it on a plane, but you could put this image on a sphere and put the sphere around your scene. It's the same kind of idea, though, as your HDR, and this, but by putting it on a plane, you're only using the surface of the image for your background. So it's not wasting all those pixels. And even though this was kind of meant to be put on a sphere, and it looks kind of spherical, it's better than having it be all pixelated and blurry. So in my opinion, this is a much better way to do this, to do your sky. Now, I still have this same image on as an HDR, and it's still putting light from this image into the scene. So I can still move that HDRI around, but I might as well turn it off. And then just put a distant light in the scene, but then let this plane give off light and light it from that direction, and then have the distant light the front of the scene from some angle from the front or the side. It gives your scene much more drama that way. So let's see what we have here. Now we're about ready to get another render here. It's going to show us what this looks like. Come on. Now look what we have. As soon as it reticulates. Now we have this sky that is just like really detailed. Now I didn't give this sky any lumens, so it's not actually putting off it's putting off some light right now. But when you give it those lumens, it will create like a rim light around your mountain also, which is a natural thing that a sky is going to do. It's going to create this rim light around your mountain. So it looks a little bit kind of drab right now, but it looks a lot better than the other sky did. And so this is, I always do my skies like this. I always take the HDRI and get the most out of it. It's because, like I said, I've gone and rendered these very large 13,000 pixels by like 9K, 13K by 8K images. And I look and everything is so detailed. And then you look at the sky and it's all these ugly. That's what an HDRI looks like in a very big render. And the reason why I render things that big, because you have to render them that big to print them on on a shower curtain or a bedspread or something. You have to have a 13,000 pixel by like 8,000 pixel image. So either that or you take like a small image and resize it and it's all going to be pixelated. But if you render your image at 13,000 by 8,000, you don't have to resize it. It will print right onto a bedspread or right onto a shower curtain or something like that. And so that is why now I can take the lighting down on the HDRI a little bit, but this has got to come up, and this plane I could tint it with another color. I could tint it with orange and make this, because it's a shader. This plane is an HDRI because it's now an emissive. It's giving off light, and I didn't give it any light yet. So what we'll do is we'll cancel this. We'll go a little bit. I want to turn this, it's blowing the colors out of here. So we're going to mess with this a little more now and see what we can do. We should put some characters in here, but I don't think I'm going to go that far with this scene. I think I'm just going to kind of leave it, but I will put some light into this HDRI, and I'm going to mess with the light. The HDRI is still on, so we have two light sources. We have the HDRI. I'm going to turn on maybe we'll bring our sunlight in from from the right. Come in from the right. We'll see. We'll put it'll probably come into here, but it'll put some light and shadows on the mountains. Right now, the mountains are all just lit up like nothing. So now we're going to go here to this plane, and we'll go to our surfaces. Okay, I just closed it. Let's bring it back. And we're going to go down to our luminance and just try putting a 2 here. And see, that's going to put some kind of light coming off of here. Now what I'm going to do is go into my environment options, go to parameters, and let's turn off the dome. All right, so now we're no longer using our HDRI environment map. We're going to go to scene only, okay? So we are not using the HDRI at all now. And what we do is we put a distant light in, okay? We create our own sunlight, our own sun source. Apply the default settings, which is fine. Now what I'd like to do is take this and turn it this way, maybe bring the light coming in Why can't I turn you? All right, well, let's rotate it this way. And let's rotate it red. The X rotate this way. All right, let's bring our light in from this angle. And we have to give the distant light some lumens. So let's go with 2. And let's give the distant light a little bit of color, like a little bit of yellow. And we can bring the temperature down a tiny bit. Now let's see what our scene looks like. Let's save this. Now what I could do is move this little thing into the center here, so it's not, so that the light's going to be coming right down into here. So this is where the light, I could move the light like into the center of the bay a little bit, but let's see what it looks like. Having the light come from here, it's going to put shadows all through here, and then this will be lit up, okay, but there will be shadows on the inner side. This is how you add drama to your scene. So let's see, now we're going to go to our, let's do a quick little render and see what this looks like. I think I clicked the wrong thing. How do I get out of that? Go. Well, let's go to here. Okay, and then we go to here. That's kind of complicated. Click the wrong camera icon. So sometimes I will use, like, I'll leave an HDRI on because the whole purpose of it is just to get a really nice detailed image in my scene. Okay, that's the whole purpose, is to get something that has crisp detail in the sky. And it doesn't matter the light source, so you can use like any HDRI to then light your scene. But I just find that it's more precise to put a light source in, and then I can change the color of that light coming in. I can change the position, the angle, and the intensity of it. So these now this scene might be really dark. I don't know. I have no idea because I've just turned off. It's now scene only, and it's I've turned off all of the HDRI is off. We're going to get to see how bright now, because our plane in the back is going to be completely lit up, like very lit. So we're going to get to see what it's going to look like, you know, illuminating sky. The sky is going to look real. It's going to punch, okay? And that's what you want, is you want your scene to pop. And that's, if it doesn't pop, it doesn't have, something's missing. So yeah, I do these tutorials, and I would think I would see people in the Daz, like in the Daz gallery, learn some of these things from me and then start putting some of these things into their art, and it's not happening right now. I'm not seeing them do it. Notice that I told you there was going to be some shadows here. Now the light's not lit enough, but it looks really kind of, notice the sky is now cast, it's putting a rim light over the scene. So this is something, I think I've got this a little bit strong, so I can bring this down a little bit. But sometimes that looks really nice. It's obviously now it's a light source. It's obvious that it is a light source, where before it was like there was so much ambient light that everything was just like completely washed out. So now you can dicker with this. This is too high, and my distant light is too low. So we're going to go here and cancel this. What I'm going to do is go into, this is kind of interesting, what this has done, this strong, it's almost like sunrise kind of thing. It's really nice. And that is all coming from the sun source that is in the in this plane on the HDRI. It's the HDRI. I think it's hidden behind here, that there's a sun. It's behind this rock. So, but we're going to brighten this bay back up. We're going to brighten it up again. So what we'll do is we'll take this first and we'll go to our surfaces. Yeah, as soon as it gives me control again. And I am going to have a little throat lozenge. I've been talking for 3.5 hours. So, which I love doing. Ask Angus. Poor Angus. He has to listen to me talk all the time. Yep. So, all right. We are now here. We have our lumens on the back. So let's just go to 1. We'll just lower it to 1. We'll go 1.00. So we're just going to be at 1 at 10,000 lumens on our sky. Now, it would be less if the sky was back more. It would be more if it would be less if the sky was closer. But if I were to light and the lights were to bounce off these mountains and everything, these mountains could very easily create like a gigantic shadow on, like, you know, like what you would look like when you're in a light in a room and your shadow is cast on the wall behind you. Well, that's what if this sky isn't back far enough, then the mountain, that's why I made sure I put the plane way far back from the mountains, so the mountains can't cast a shadow on it, okay? And also you have to be careful if you have like your distant light, it can create like a fong on this plane. In the background, it can put like a big light, like it's like, and all you have to do is go into your settings, into your surfaces here, and lower like the put a little bit of roughness, and lower put the glossy color to like black or something, because this can have like a gloss to it that the sun can put like a big like a fong. I guess it's called a fong, where a little light reflection. And if you just raise the roughness and turn the gloss color down to black or something, gone. So it's still going to put off light. It's just not going to be reflective of the sun. So now we've lowered that a little bit. So let's go to our distant light and give it some more power. So that's in parameters. So we're going to go here to, let's go to 8. Let's do something really strong. See what happens when we give it some real drama here with the sun. Okay, let's go to iRay. We should be able to get a fairly good idea. We're not going to see the trees on the land, but we'll be able to pretty much see the lighting. There we go. Now we have this hitting. This again is our, it's putting off some major light. I think I have it really kind of close right now. It's lighting things pretty hardcore. So I'm going to go back into, we'll go back to our plane here. I don't mind that effect that bad, but we just don't need it. And what you can also do here, surfaces, is you can change the hue of it. Okay, you can change the emission color so that it's like blue or yellow, so it's not white. But I'm going to just lower this down now to, we'll go to 9. Let's try that. Let's see what happens here. Now it's still there, but not quite as bright. Let's go down to, now this. Now I'm wondering if this could be my now what if I turn off the distant light for a moment? Let's just make sure that this isn't coming. We have scene only, so the only lights that we have is a spotlight that I have turned off, this plane in the back, and the distant light. Those are the only lights active in the scene. So I turn off the distant light and let's see what happens. Because this could be the distant light reflecting off of, no, see, it's not. Now the only light in the scene is our background. So this backlight is coming from the plane, which is kind of good to know. So now what we do is we just lower the light here, the lumens of our emission plane. And the thing is it's giving, it's not just a white light coming off the plane. It's because we put this image on the luminance, it's sending back the color of the sky. It's doing a really massive kind of thing. And when you think about like your HDRI, all you have is like rotate, and you have a couple of brightness settings. But when you come to this plane and you turn the plane into an HDRI, you have all these. You have roughness, reflectivity, you have translucency, weight, you have all these settings to set to add into the sky. Many more settings than what you have with an HDRI, with the sky, the environment HDRI. So let's bring this down to like 1. Well, let's see what happens now. We took that 9 and turned it into a 1. Well, it's still high. Yeah, well, you can get the same dramatic effects. You see, I'm getting, look at what it's doing to these mountains. So Ed just said, yeah, that works well for a static scene where you don't rotate the dome. But I use the HDRI for lighting only because I can get a dramatic effect. Now, I'm going to show you, this is, you see, these 3 little, I don't know if you've ever worked with the with a distant light, but now let me chew this thing. The way the HDRI works is it has like a sun in it. It has either, if the HDRI has a little teeny speck of a sun, then it will create like this. Look at these shadows. If the HDRI has a little teeny sun in it, then it will create hard shadows in your scene, like this kind of shadow right here. See, it'll create like a hard shadow. Now, if the HDRI has a big sun in it, it will create soft shadows. Okay? Took me a long time to learn that. A long days and days of time on Google trying to figure that out, of how to use an HDRI to get a hard shadow or a soft shadow. Now, so you're limited with your HDRI, because if your HDRI has a little teeny sun, then it can be the most beautiful HDRI in the world. And what's really kind of messed up about it is that you might find this perfect place where, oh, you got these lovely, lovely clouds, this lovely cloud pattern, but you don't have a but the sun, the place where the sun is in the wrong place. So you have to move the sun to get, so you move the light where the sun is in the HDRI, you move that to get the dramatic effect, but then your sky is like boring. And this is how you get this is how you can get the HDRI sky to be really exciting and still move. You can still have the HDRI and move it around, or you can just put a distant light in, move that distant light up, down, all around, anywhere you want. Now, about the distant light, I don't know a lot about, because now we're going to work. We got to lower these lumens down so that we don't have this really white thing going on here. So we're going to turn that down to, let's go to 50 and see what happens. Okay, it's not as bright now. It's not as bright. It's not leaving. I think I wanted it a little brighter than that. So we'll go to maybe 500. So it does put some kind of effect, rim light on the mountains. Okay, yeah, that's good. And now, we go in, and what we can do is, instead of this being, we have also now our emission temperature. So instead of it being white, I can take this temperature down a little bit and make it a little warmer of a light that's hitting the mountains. It's not white. Okay, we can go a little more. And I could take this sky and add a little bit of a tint to it, maybe like a little bit of this blue here, and change the whole tint of the sky. Oh, that's the tint of the color coming out. Well, I don't want to add blue because I just added, that's the tint of the color coming out, so we'll go with a little bit of yellow here. But then we can go to the overall map here, up in here, and we can change the base color and just add a tint to the base color. And make it like more purple or more like a night sky, sort of. You see how that you can change that? And the darker that I make it, then I can put, we can brighten it. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm not sure that I like that right there. Let's go more with a kind of bluish green. Yeah. So, but I don't think I'm going to do that because I want the whites to be white, and I want the, in the sky, I don't want it to all have one color tint to it. So I'm going to go back to this so that it has the pinks and all the different colors in it. So now what we do is we go to our so let's just dissect this distant light. Okay, this is how you can get dramatic effects. And we go to our parameters, and now we have this photometric mode. We have shadow types. Okay, deep shadow map, ray traced, and this says software only. You have this photometric mode. You have an intensity slider, and this render priority. You don't have a lot of different options with the, but we'll go up now with this light. Okay, I gave it a little bit of color. Let's go out of the color mode and let's just go back to white. Okay. And then we'll up our we'll up the intensity of this to like 2.8. You see, I can get that same intensity that the HDRI was giving me. But now, like if I go into like filament mode, and I take this little piece here, and I have the distant light, and I go here. Well, we got to wait a moment until till filament mode switches it around. Come on, filament mode. Should take a moment and it should light all of these. I think it's just too bright for filament mode. Let's go to texture shaded mode. Okay, now if I move this distant light around, let's go Y rotate. I'm not sure why it's not showing me. Okay, we'll put the filament in, and then what we'll do is create filament. Where is it? New filament draw options, accept. Go to parameters. I think we have to lower the ISO, or which one is it? Intensity scale. There it is. Well, that's not working. Scene light scale. Distant light scale. Okay. Distance. Scene light. Oh, there we go. We had it for a moment. All right. So now when we move this distant light around, we should see some kind of Y rotate. See, this gives us the same kind of dramatic effect. Okay, I'm this is weird how that, so it allows me to kind of get the most amount of, so that's coming from kind of that, from behind the behind angle. So it is lighting my sky also. It shows me what it's doing, the distant light. So the HDRI would light this also because it's the same kind of idea. The thing is unless you have like a, you know, like a 13K or 24K sky, you're going to end up with a pixelated sky. And the sky is going to be blurry in your final image, okay? And this is not blurry at all. This is incredibly detailed. And so that's why you do this. Now, it doesn't mean you can't leave the HDRI there and move it whichever way you want. It just gives you the ability that in your scene, for your sky itself, you're going to have a really beautiful kind of sky. So now when I move this around, when I Y rotate, I'm going to look and see where I get the best shadows. And see, this is really shadowy here. And then we also have like the height, so I can make it look like it's sunrise. So X rotate is this. So we bring this down so that it just barely shimmers across. Okay, now we go into I-ray. And see with now the sun may, when I turned the sun off, it was, I might have to move this sky like way back so I can light it without it lighting the mountain. But this gives us, look how it gives us these shadows here. So now I can take this plane here. Yeah, I've got to move the plane back because it's way too close to my mountain. So we go into this. Let's take this plane, Z translate it, and let's go like 9.9, and then scale it up again. Come on. Well, let's bring just 1.9. Okay, scale it. Okay, let's bring it down. Let's go to 2. All right. Let's go back down to. Now it's back far enough that the distant light is actually hitting it again. We go to 1. And then we bring this up, Y translate. So this is like far away now from. Now when I go into I-ray, it's become an absolute habit that if I really want a beautiful scene, I always put a plane here. Now it's putting less light here. It is, see, there's my distant light shining off of my background. So now we go into the plane here, surfaces, plane. So we've got to turn off. That's a Fong. It's hitting. I think that's what's been happening but I don't know. Because when I turned the distant light off, it still did it. So we're going to go now into glossy color. We'll go to black. That should be gone, but no, we're going to go to diffuse roughness. We're going to make it rough. Glossy reflectivity, we'll turn that off. I think it was not diffuse roughness. I think it was the glossy reflectivity, but with the color being black, okay, we have to turn up the color again. And I think it's the glossy roughness. Where's the glossy roughness? It's something still showing there. I don't know what that is, but I think that might be my light source. But let's bring this now back to, I'll figure it out. So we go down here into, we got that share glossy inputs too. So we're going to go to our mission color now that it's far, far away. We should, that's the temperature. And luminance. Let's put a 9 here. Let's bring our sky up out of obscurity. Okay, now there's something there and I have to figure that out, but we've got a sky back. And we can bring that up in another notch if we want. The sky is putting off light now as we're getting a nice kind of light from here. And what you can do sometimes is take this image into Photoshop and just blot out the sun part. And you can do that too. Just put just clone over it. Now I'm going to move this up and see what the heck that is. 9. That is part of, that's my sun in the image. Something, that's the sun right there. I think we go over this way. That's like the brightest part of the image. That is theoretically the sun. So every image has that thing going on kind of thing. Let's see what we can do with that. Now you can edit HDRIs in Photoshop. But I don't think I'm going to. I think that if I just put this image back far enough, it won't light this stuff. It will be back far enough, but it will still have all of that detail. So we go here to the plane again, and we just, in distance, we go to parameters. I mean, I do this every time I do this. I just make sure the plane's far enough back. So now we go and add some more to our scale. 9. That's too much. Scale. Now, I don't see anything coming off that plane now hitting this, but let's see. 9. Let's go 2. Now it's still a bit big, but we can now scale it down a little bit. One. What happened? I think I made it too big. Scale. Hello. All right, scale. That's way too big. Scale. All right, let's go to our Let's see what's happening. All right, we're back to our camera view. Nine, 5. Okay. 7. Okay, I think maybe if I push, oh, we're at the bottom here. Okay, that's what's wrong. It's pushed itself way up to the top. I don't want my camera way up there. No, we don't want the camera moved all around like that. Front. Okay, we'll bring the camera back here. Let's do our... Okay, we know it's just got to go down Y, translate. So we'll go minus... Okay, and we can scale it now down a little bit to 3. Scale it down to 1. Bring it up a little bit. Bring it over. And I've messed up my camera view. I thought I had my camera locked. I did have it locked. I'm not sure how it got unlocked. And we'll bring this over here. This. And bring it down. Scale it up a little more. Bring it over. Let's see. I still may have to push it back more. It's because the physics in Daz are very precise. We have the sky off. The only thing lighting this scene right now is this HDRI and our, yeah, see this? Now let's turn off our distant light. Distant light's a little strong, and see how much this thing is lighting our scene. Okay, so this is still lighting. Okay, so I think what I can do, my distant light is too bright anyway, so let's bring it down some. Let's try to get things into their right levels. Now we have this whole, all of this in shadow. I'm not sure that that's, you know, what the best way to light this. We go to 9. We take this distant light. We rotate it to get it to a place where I'm not sure why. Distant light isn't illuminating the scene, but let's see. It will in filament to some degree. Okay, Y rotate. See, it isn't lighting the background as much, quite as much now. When we put it behind the scene, behind the HDRI, behind the plane, see, if I have an HDRI and there's a sun in it, and I want that sun to be in the scene, you can't resize your sky. So whatever size sun they give you on the HDRI, that's what you get. You don't get to resize the sky. There's no size for the sky. Okay, there's rotate, there's up and down and around, all kinds of ways, but there's no size. So you can't make that sun bigger. But if this HDRI has a sun in it, I can place this exactly where I want my sun, and I can make it larger or smaller and place that sun exactly in the scene the way I want it to be. That's, and the thing is, this took me like years to figure out, because I went on this quest trying to say, and if you look on the Daz forums, you will see many, many frustrated questions of me asking people in the Daz forums and saying, how do I resize an HDRI? And, how do I change the size of the sun? I don't want this little sun, or I don't want this big sun. I want it this size, and so that I can put like something in its shadow, or something, that fits just right into it. And there is no answer. You cannot resize. The only way you can do it is with a camera trick, is by taking your camera and setting like a distance kind of thing, so that it makes things in the distant look bigger, but it ruins the whole kind of perspective of your scene, and all of a sudden everything starts looking like it's all stretched out and everything. That doesn't do it, okay? The only way to do it is to take that very same HDRI, put it on a plane, and once you have it on a plane, you turn that plane into an emissive, and then it's an HDRI also, but you can resize the plane, you can make it bigger, you can place it right where you want the scene, whatever you want in that scene. You can put it there, as long as it's not towards the edge. Then then you're going to be out of luck with it, okay? Because these scenes are meant, but you're not completely out of luck, because these images are meant to be spherical. So you can just place, instead of putting a plane in your scene, you can put, see, I have thought this out. You can put a sphere in your scene, and you can put this image inside the sphere and turn the sphere into an emissive. Then you can resize the sphere, and as you resize the sphere, you're able to resize the image of the sun in that sphere. And these images are seamless. So the sphere, as long as you have the right ratio of your image inside the sphere, it's not easy to do. That's much harder to do than a plane. And the plane, And it's in this particular case, it's really nice when the image for the sun is like right where exactly where you want it in the scene, and then you just have to stretch the image or make it smaller to do what you want it to do. So now if this image had a sun in it and the sun was right here, the sun would shine down on the water. Okay, that's how awesome these HDRI images, these planes are. If there was a sun in the middle of this image, it would put a reflection right down onto the water. So that's how this works. So we're going to go back into iRay and see what this looks like. This particular angle, we're coming at the sun, with the sun from this angle. So the sun is kind of coming from the angle where the light is in the HDRI. So this isn't too bad. It gives us the shadows. Let's see what it happens, because there's really nothing in this image to give shadows. There's a little shadow now here, but I think this is too, now it's hitting this image too much. And so it looks washed out. And the sky is better than so many HDRI skies, because for this particular image, we would only be getting like a small little section of this would be actually in the picture. So and that goes for every HDRI that you own. You can stretch the whole thing over your image instead of one little teeny section of it that just happens to cover in front of your camera. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You can place it right where you want it. And that you can't do that with the sun. You can't resize the sun. And whatever size sun they give you, that's what you're stuck with. And I've gone in and then like put this big gigantic sun into the HDRI, and you put it back into the scene and it's all shrunk again. It's like, oh my gosh, trying to get it to get the right sun or the right moon in your scene is impossible. This is the only way to do it. So now we're going to move this around a little bit. Y rotate. I'm going to bring, oops, that's the wrong one. Z. Let's select our distant light. Now I could put any HDRI in the scene also, and it's going to color the scene with the whole HDRI. Right now we're just coloring the scene with the sun, and I've had many times when this didn't work. You also have the other option, and where just an HDRI just puts out a lot more interesting color. And if that's the case, just leave it on, or put whatever HDRI in, but leave the plane as the background, so that you have so that in front of your camera you have detail, and that's what you want, is detail. Okay, so we're going to now go here to Y rotate. Let's just come at it like from this angle here. See how that works. Okay, that's really bright, but what I can do is bring this down a little bit, 9, so that we have like a sunrise kind of effect. So we go, I think it's X, what would be X, like this, yeah. I don't know why this isn't showing. It usually shows like that, 0. It might be too low and not hitting at all. All right. Now this gives us a little bit more. I'm not sure what this is. I think my yeah, this it's hitting my HDRI. Oh, I know what I did before. When it hits like this, what you do is you just darken the sky. You darken the plane. This is what I do. So I go into the plane here, into the surfaces. And you just go to your base color here, and you just darken it. Lower it. Very simple. And then it absorbs the light of your sun. Okay, and then you can also tint it like so. I don't know that I'm going to tint it, but so let's do a quick render here. Now I want to see if I've colored the distant light. I think I left it white. So we can go with a little bit of orange. To kind of warm it up a little bit. And then let's see what happens when we go into to a render. So now we've got some real, and all the trees are going to have shadows, and the palm trees, they're all going to cast shadows. And this, it's kind of, this is not as nice as probably as an HDRI, because an HDRI is going to give you a full gamut of colors from the whole sky and reflect that into your scene. Plus, it's going to have a sun area that will also, so you'll have not only the light, but then this whole gamut of color. That's fine too. You leave the plane here as your as to give your scene detail, but then you just use the HDRI to give your scene light. And if the HDRI brightens your plane too much, you just lower the brightness of your plane. Until the plane has the right until the plane is the right color. So the only thing missing from this scene is a couple of Daz characters that I could put here, maybe on lawn chairs or sitting at a picnic table or something. That's really the only thing kind of missing in this scene, maybe sitting under an umbrella or something. Now, I have 3,000 HDRIs, so this may not have been it was just the first one I kind of picked, but it's just be very easy to just grab any other HDRI. I could have a big, beautiful sunset with with orange, all the HDRIs that I have. There, I probably, maybe I'll try a few different ones just to show you how intense these really come in. So this is creating a backlight again, and that's what you would expect from a sky, is to create a backlight. And this backlight will be here even if I turn off. So this is not creating much for shadows, but you can see there's a little bit of shadows going on here with this. If I had the sun coming from this side, they would cast their shadows, but we got these shadows here from the rocks. And all these little specks and all, they'll go away. I just wanted to I have done some stuff with distant lights that have been absolutely, one of my Daz, got 50 likes in the Daz store. It was a cowboy in the desert. That was done with an HDRI as a background. And it was also done, let's go there then, to the Daz store. To the Daz store. Where is it? Gallery. Let's go to my gallery here. Community gallery. My gallery. Okay, this image right here. This this image right here is a look at the detail of that sky. And it's so detailed it looks unreal. But then this is a distant light. Look at all the shadows the distant light is casting. It's two lights. There's more than two lights because I have a light on the cowboy's, shining up on the cowboy's face just because it was too dark because of his hat. So, but other than that, this is two lights. Look at the shadow work that this is. I don't know that I could have gotten this kind of shadows from an HDRI, okay? Because the HDRI just kind of puts light everywhere. This focused the light into this amazing kind of lattice work where every little blade of grass and every plant. And what I did was I just put the distant light right on the horizon. And and look how it lit the horse's eye and all of this. It's just an amazing thing. And yeah, that got 46 likes. So it's not, it's not 100, but 146, but it's okay. So I'm getting some kind of light again through here, this backlighting thing. I think it's my, I think I have this really massive, okay, cancel this. So I think I still have a, yeah, it's coming in through here. It's this, I think my emission is still really high. And there's a possibility that I have that the light here is bouncing off the screen. No, it's not, because when I turn the distant light off, it's still there. So it's coming from. It has to be coming from the plane. There's no other place it could be coming from whatsoever. So we're gonna have to just go and select the plane. Plane. Go into texture shaded. And we go into our plane. And go to plane, into surfaces, plane. And let's go here to our luminance and let's bring this back down to like 50. So what happens is I bring this down. I can take the luminance right off if I have to. So now let's go back here. Now if my plane becomes too, that was weird. If my plane becomes too dark. Okay, so now it's almost gone. I can that luminance right off if I want. But it's down to enough of a thing. So now what I do is I take and go here to up to the plane. It's to the plane. And I didn't have luck moving it back, but I can move that plane back so far and still get all of that detail from that plane. So now I could just bring this up and brighten the plane a little bit. Just its color itself. The color on the plane doesn't put out the light. It's the lumens that are put on it. And so, now let's just try a different HDR. All right. Okay, I have like 3,000 HDRs. Now this one actually has a sun in it. Right here. So let's go to this one. And that one I forgot to look at the name of it. We'll figure it out. Because now I have to replace also the other two images. You can also add it to the translucency weight and kind of mess with the color that way. So this is called what? Okay, it's called Cam No City. Now remember, this is only here. All right, but we still have the other light coming from the other HDR base. So that's our base color. So that's called Cam No City. Emission color. So we got to switch this one as well. Come on. There's that one. And our luminance. All right. Now it is an HDRI. And we can go here into texture shaded mode. Here we go. Come up, Control 9. Will get us into texture shaded mode. Now watch this sun thing happen. Now we can bring this sun up here. But this is where the fun part comes in, because we can go parameters, scale. I have this so far away. I didn't need to bring this so far. I forgot that I can just lower the brightness of all right, so we can scale this like this as well. See? Okay. See, I can change the size of the sun. Y scale. So that's that way. Z scale. Okay. That you cannot do with an HDRI, with the HDRI in Daz. If you find a way you can do it, good luck, because I spent like half a year trying to figure it out and never figured it out. Okay, so this is how you change the size. And notice, this is an HDRI, so it's actually shining on the water. So, and you have, how many HDRIs do you have with suns in them? So you can set the sun to the size you want it to be. And now I would say probably I should move this over so that it has more of an effect on the water. X translate. Okay, we got to do it this way. I don't know why these darn. You should be able to like hit control and then it would move it faster or shift or something. Alternate. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, so let's see if this works. Maybe this might work better. And we go Y translate. Z. I think you can hit shift. Alternate, it does. Y translate. Oh yeah, well, it like it moves it so fast you can't. Z. All right, so we'll go Y translate. I just have to add some numbers to it. 3 maybe. There we go, and we bring it down a little bit. 300. 38. We go 0000. That didn't do anything, so we go then to 2, 8. Okay, we go back here to, well, let's see what that does. 9. Now it will shine on the water. Because this plane is an HDRI. And I'll try a couple more. But there you go. And now we have that problem with the, it's gone. So there was something weird about that particular HDRI. I think I got that HDRI from HDR Haven. So we could do a render of this, but let's check out some other, and notice how the sun is shining on these rocks here. So, okay, so we go back to surfaces for our plane. This all starts by just putting a plane in the scene and putting your HDRI on it as a surface, okay? But you have to put it on as the base color, you have to put it on the emission color, and you have to put it on the luminance. If you put it only on the emission color, then the luminance, when you add luminance to it, it will blow the color right out because it's only adding white. But if you put the luminance, the image as the luminance color, then it will illuminate the colors of the image. Okay, that's how that works. So and the same thing goes with fire. A lot of times you have like a not a campfire, but a fireplace in a scene. You buy a scene and it has a fireplace, and you go into the settings and you try to turn up the fire and make it brighter and make it shine more. And it's because they didn't put the image in the luminance as well. And so it's just shining, it's just blowing the image right out and turning it all white. And if you take that same image and you add it to the luminance, then you can up the luminance a little bit. You can't up it like completely, but you can up it enough to light the scene a little bit more. Okay? And if you want the fireplace to light your character's face and give it like a yellow hue, and you can't get it bright enough to do it, then just add a spotlight and point it up at their face. And you'll get the rest of that look you're looking for, something that's giving off a bunch of light. So, yeah. Now the emission temperature. Now we're going to just try a couple more of these, and then I'm out of here for now. So we're going to go here to base color, and let's go browse. Let's put another HDR on our plane here. You're going to find that once you learn how to do this, that you will, most of the time, you're not going to use a regular, you're not going to use an HDRI because you just get such really nice results from this. Oh, let's try this, okay? Now, this sky right here, what you would get from this would be a little section of this in your sky. Now, there's our horizon, so we have to bring it down some. Okay, I don't have my camera locked. I don't know why it wasn't locked, but let's go back to this most used and lock it. Okay, now it's locked. So now let's take this plane here again and parameters, Y. Because I brought that up so high for the sun. Now let's see, let's go down to just 7, okay. Now this whole plane is scaled so large because I scaled it. So let's bring it down to like 5 and see what happens. 5. Now look what we have for here. Look what's happening here. Now suddenly, now that other one was what you'd get from this sky for a, but let's go to 3 and let's move it over. Let's translate it over this way. I can't move these at all. Oh, it just zeroes it or something. Y, X translate. Okay, so we have to X scale. What would be Z scale? Would be up and down. Okay, so we got that. We move this up like this. And then we go X scale in like this. Z scale. Bring this up a little more, up as far as we can. There we go. And now, what did I just do? Z. I just hit Control P. Not sure what that did, but I lost my scene. Oh, and I haven't put the other ones in yet, but what the hell? Edit. All right, I have just lost something. Okay, let's go back. Okay, I'm in the wrong view. Okay, the camera view. All right, so we just did this. Oops, Z. Undo that. Okay, let's bring this down like this. We did a Z scale. We bring this up. And what was the X scale? All right, look at that part over there. We could take this and make it a little bit larger. Bring this in here like that. And scale it up a little bit. We got a little bit of room to kind of play with this because we don't have to have it completely there. We can fudge around with it a little bit. Okay, over here. Okay, X. There we go. Now let's see what this looks like. Now that little teeny bit of the sun there, probably if you use this as an HDRI, it was be kind of large maybe. I'm not sure exactly. But okay, now we didn't add this same image. We have the other image as our... So this is what we do. We go back to surfaces here. We add this image. And then we may need to lighten or darken it because okay, so we already have that. What was that image called? Let's go back to 9 so I can manipulate this a little bit. It's called Sky 1. Okay, so we go down here. It's already in our list of stuff now. Come on. So we go this here. We got to add this one here. Come on. I just added the wrong thing. Okay, sky. This would be Sky 1, HDR. And we got Sky 1 here. Now we got that right. And let's go back to the regular color, just white. We're not going to make it yellow. All right, and go back to iRay and see what it looks like. If it's too bright, we'll just darken it a little bit until it looks right. It does look too bright, so we go in here like this, up to our base color. We just darken it a little bit. And okay, now it doesn't look like this is giving off any. We can go a little darker. Any light at all. So let's give it some irradiation so it's lighting behind the mountain. Okay. And that will brighten this a little bit. That's why I kind of went on a little on the dark side with it. And I could give it a little bit of a red tint if I wanted to, but we're as low as we could on this luminance here. So let's go with a 9 there and see what happens. I don't think that's going to do anything for this, but maybe. See, I'm seeing a little bit of red in there now. Okay, let's add another 9. Let's make this put out some light, put its own light off. It's going to be putting its own light out. And you can like really overdo it, but only so far, and it's going to brighten the sky. Then it's going to make the sky, but usually that's enough to get the effect that you want. We'll add another 9 here, and you'll notice the sky is going to get brighter, like whiter looking. But look how intense that looks. So now we can go into our iRay. Well, we are in iRay. So let's do a quick render. See what this looks like. So the sky's the limit. All right. When it comes to taking and putting more detail into your sky. And the thing is that why haven't you noticed that the detail isn't in the sky? And the reason why is because you probably render your images at around, 2 or 3, like maybe 2K, 2000, 1920 by 1080. Maybe you render your images at 4K. Okay, so when you zoom in on that image, everything kind of gets blurry. But when you render your images at 13K, you zoom in on that image, and everything in that image looks really, really detailed. That's what's so beautiful. It's like you look at their skin and everything in their hair and all the stuff in and it's so detailed. But then you look at the sky and it's like, oh my gosh, this sky is like all blurry. And it's not the good kind of blurry. It's not like blurry. It's more like pixelated blurry. And so that is why that was one reason why I went on this quest, because my skies, even when I was using like 24K, even 8K skies, they were blurry. And so I had to fix that. And so that was one thing. And then the other thing was I couldn't resize the sun. I get one size, that's all you get. You get the sun that's there. You rotate the sky. Once the sun's there, that's the only size you get. And that really, that was the first thing that's what started it all off, was that really bothered me, that I couldn't change the sun. Now look at this. So this is what you get. Now, I don't know what that black thing is there. It's like it's been there for a while, and I'm not sure what it is. But, it's probably a shadow. It's a little mountain peeking out because of the shadow. Now, if you look at these little teeny like fireflies here, they'll reticulate. That's the light coming off that sky hitting the ground here. Okay, so it's perfectly fine. It doesn't look that good right now, but if I let this render up to 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000 iterations, it will look like it's like, it's the sky rendering down on. What this scene needs is some atmosphere now. It needs to have a nice VDB put into it. It's a little bit of fog or something to give it. But I wouldn't use this sky here. It's just too ominous looking. I would use this for like a wizard's tower or something scene. I just wanted to pick something that was really radiant. But as you can see, what you would get for an HDRI, what you would get, like this little square would be what you would be getting here, instead of all this detail, and this little square would be blown right out and have and be all blurry and like pixelated and literally ruin your scene. So this is the only really way to do it. This is the professional advanced way to do it, is you take your HDRI and you utilize that real estate in the best way you can. This one is okay, but and it's a lot better than a lot of things are. But so we'll cancel this. I'll try another HDRI. We'll do a couple more. I'm enjoying this, and so we'll do some more HDRIs, so that you can, and the way you do it is you got to start by putting the plane in your scene and getting it behind things, resizing it, getting it far enough from behind your mountains so that this light that's coming here doesn't put a big gigantic, mountain shadow on your plane. Okay. And it will definitely will. Okay. If you don't get the plane back far enough so that it's not and moving it back. It doesn't matter how far you move it a million miles back. As long as you're covering that whole image, you're going to get all of that detail in that. It doesn't matter. Just size it so it fits where you want it to go. And so we'll cancel this. Now we'll go back into and we'll try another. We'll find a really nice HDRI in here, and we'll try another one. So just so that, you know, repetition is the best way to learn here. So we're going to repeat ourselves until it seems to click, all right, on how to do this. You just put the plane in your scene, and then you put that your HDRI on all three images. As you see, I have a folder. I did a star.hdr and star.exr, and I copied. And now look at this. Look at this scene here, scene 3. This is another one that's very similar to what. Now I'm not sure how big this is. 15. Let's see if we can get some properties on this and see how big it is. Oh, I don't know that I know how to read numbers that big. It's 18 megabytes. This could just be, well, it's probably at least, it's an HDR, so it's at least, let's look around. I've got some that are down here that are, we got 3,000 of them here. So I copied every one of my HDRs and all of my, okay, this looks kind of nice. Let's see about like a tropical one, okay? Something that looks, that's stratocumulus. Let's find something that looks kind of like a, like a tropical, like with aquamarine kind of colors. And now these blue ones, I don't know if they're night. They're okay. This might be a good one here. Let's do this nature one. So you just put it on the base color. Now look at this. And we got some trees. The trees won't work because they kind of make the mountains look like little teeny rocks. So, but let's go. I might be able to pull the trees down a little bit. So no, that didn't work. Now what I could do is pull this over a little bit like this and bring it up a little bit. This might work. Just so the trees are barely showing. Okay. Now the moon is it's oblong. Now this is where I could make this much larger, and I can resize the moon and the sun. The sun and the moon, you can't do that in an HDRI. So this is another thing. So we go to scale this. And I have to, it's too big to scale like this, so I'm not really good with this little scale thing here. So, but, oops, you see Z. Obviously, I'm really terrible at it. So that's just scaling way too quick. So the only way to scale it is to add, like, make this a 4 maybe. All right, well, that, you know, so... now let's scale it X. Bring it in a little bit like that. Bring it down a little bit like this. And now we have to put the same image on our, we have it for our base color. We have to have it. Oh, what is the name of the image? It is nature. So let's go here, nature something. It's the only one here loaded. Emission color. Okay, it would be here, NLMN, nature. There it is. And our luminance. So on our, emission color and our luminance. That's done. All right, let's see what it looks like in iRay. Very easy. There we go. And very nice detail. And the entire image goes from here to here. Now this same image, if you were to use it for an HDRI, would stretch all of those pixels, be wasted, stretching them all around the image. So a lot of this is wasted because we have the trees here also, but I have this stretched just to cover this. So all the pixels that would be stretched and go, and if you figure your camera angle is only a tiny, probably like a little slice out of your scene compared to the rest of this, all the pixels wasted for this image. So, and I can stretch it if I want to make it bigger and make the sun cover the whole sky or whatever, then it's not going to have the detail that it has right now. Now, as you can see, this is putting off a ton of light. So we take and take one of these 9s off of here. All right. And see if that's enough. Now that's kind of a cool effect there, but so what we do is we take this, this other 9 here and make it like a 2. And look at that. Now what we do, I would say we bring this back down even a little more. Let's just get rid of the 2. We do want some light from it, but not that much. And then look at the reflection the sun is putting into the water. And that is beautiful. And now you say, well, it's not bright enough. Well, that's where we come up here to this, and we take our base color now. And you make it brighter. It's not going to put off more light. It's just going to make the image itself brighter. Let's see what that does. So you can play with this as much as you want. That's a little too bright, I think. So, what do? We bring this down a little bit. Now, because it is being hit by our, a little bit by our, so, that is the way it's going to look also in your, we go into here. This is supposed to be dark. This is like nighttime, a nighttime moon. This is like a moon. So I think it's supposed to be pretty dark. So we go here and bring this way down. Let's try bringing it like way down and see if like it's supposed to be night. It looked like a kind of the right kind of blue color that I wanted, but now if we want to go with a blue color, we can just add a little bit of blue to it. So you can mess with this how you want it to look. So and then we take our I have a daylight kind of light shining in the scene. It's shining so bright it's supposed to be daylight, this distant light. So we could go into the parameters here and just knock this way down, our lumens to like 1, and see what we have. You have to dicker with it. You have to kind of make it. It's the same way with your HDRI. You have to go in and you have to change the intensity a little bit sometimes, and you have to get it, everything the right way that you want it to be. Now this is still putting off a ton of light, and so you have to get everything balanced. It's the same way with when I look at like somebody's skin color, okay, and one of my character's skin color, and there's this diffuse, and there's this top coat, and there's all of these PBR, and I kind of say, why do I need all of this? I just need to brighten it or darken it or change the hue a little bit. Why do I need all these settings? But when you're trying to really fix something in your scene, in your character's color, in the color of their skin or the shine, or to get them to get this kind of like perspiration on their skin, that's when you say, thank God that I have all of these parameters to do this with, because it's just it's so awesome to have all these parameters. Now we go out of here and see, so it's just a matter of getting them balanced in the right way. So this plane here is still putting off a ton of light. So we go to the surface here, and we go down here to its lumens, emission color, emission luminance, and we go down to like 1. And let's try this with 1, and we'll go back into here. This night sky is enough to light this scene alone. Okay, so I've made it really dark. So we turn this distant light right off and see what we get. Because, I mean, you're not going to have a sun and a moon on at the same time, generally. So it just took everything out of the scene. Now this, all we're seeing is the light of this plane, but I've made it so dark that it's not able to. So we have to go up here to this base color and make it brighter like this, so that the rest of the sky is giving off light as well. It's so black that it's okay. That's not working, so we got to go here. There's our base color. All right. And now we've got to go down here and add some more. Emission color. We turn this one to one-sided because it's lighting. All right, we got to go here. We got to rotate this around. Oh, not that way. Z. 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 Okay, I think we'll do it with this parameters thing. Y rotate would be Y. Z. X. There it is. We gotta move it this way. So it's only lighting one side. Let's see what that did. If it's lit. Okay, that's working. I'm not sure why it's so dark like that. Something I've done here. So we go to surfaces. 9. And base colors all the way. Let's go back to white. Now this translucency weight, sometimes you can use this too. Like, see, you don't have these parameters with, so we can add this same thing. This is, which one was this? Nature. Go 9. Okay, I think I've got to bring this back up here, this luminance. That's like really low. Let's go 9, 9, see what happens. Let's just try 1, 9. Oh, okay. Now we could take this this light here. This is the light it's putting off. Make that a little darker so it's not a white light. The darker we make that light, well, this isn't working. So it's kind of okay, but it's something you just have to, there's going to be all these trees and all this stuff. Everything is kind of subdued here. Now what you could do is you could use the same you could use this same nature and take and put it as your HDRI for the scene, environment options, render settings, general, it would be environment options. Now this would not be render settings, it'd be parameters. Then we go to dome and scene, draw a dome, put this as our nature one. Okay, so it's going to cast that blue light everywhere kind of thing. But we'll still have the resizable sun with the detail of this sky in our camera view. All right. So now we go to 0. And see, this gives us the ability to kind of dicker with the scene lighting. It makes it like exponentially more complicated, but it's still pretty cool to do this. All right, so what we have to do then is take this resolution down to like 0.5 so that the scene isn't putting off too much light. But it is lighting the scene. Now what we can do is rotate the dome so that the sun is, this moon is instead behind our So all it's really doing though is putting a blue tint on our scene because the sky is just mostly blue. It's a little bit of a gradient, but not much. So it's not incredibly exciting, but it did light up our scene. Now, environment lighting intensity, we could go with 0.5 here. And we could even go down to 0.2. We could take this environment map and bring this down as well. See, this is kind of nice. It takes all the scene lights. This one takes all your scene lights and lowers them. Lowers the intensity of them. This one takes your environment map and lowers the intensity of it. So we could take this down a little bit more. Down to 2. We're still getting this particular is just blowing the heck out of things. So maybe what we could do is now go back to our, try to lower some of the distance. Okay, this is our plane. Surfaces here. And we go to our lumens. And let's just go down to 150. Now let's go back to iRay. It's just this, it's such a bright light. It's not even subdued at least at all, and it's so big. There we go. There it is. That's exactly what we want right here. So it lights the scene. We have now our HDRI lighting the scene a little bit. And then we have this. Let's do a quick little render. See what this looks like. So there it is. It's we could brighten the scene a little bit by just brightening up our HDRI. It's like once you play around with all these different parameters, you kind of learn how to do them. You kind of learn how to do this. And whether if it's like, you know, where I took the blue and I made it blue instead of white, I could take this blue here and go back and make it white, and it would still kind of be the right amount of light. I had to lower the intensity of the scene lights. They were just too intense, and we probably now could turn on our distant light and find that it's not. And I don't think those lights, those settings are set when you have it seen only. I think it bypasses those, but now we should have all our pine trees and all of our palm trees and all of our fir trees, the deciduous trees. So this is 2 instances of two different instances of Ultra Scenery XT. So it's not just one instance of Ultras, it's two in the same scene. And then it's also this foreground is an instance of Ultra Scenery. And then we have the mountains in the way background. Those are Terradome mountains. So we have the Ultra Scenery, then two instances of Ultra Scenery XT. One that is these kind of small mountains that are this with the palm trees. And then the other instance is here in the background with deciduous trees. There's another mountain range here. And then this mountain range here is our Terradome. And this, as you notice, look at how this moon is lighting, giving a rim light for these mountains. So this is something else. This is this is how you do it. This is how it's done. And this we're only at 40 iterations. This is going to take probably at least when you see something like this where everything looks kind of like crystallized, like it almost looks like little droplets of water on the grass, it's almost like you did something right. Okay? And you notice these little specks here. Those will, I call it reticulate. They will reticulate out and they will look right. If I give this about 2,000 or 3,000 iterations, this will look right. The only thing is I worked so hard to get this mountain range in here, and there's not much light there. So it probably would be nice to bring, to put a little bit more light on our HDRI, but this is pretty nice. And so this is going to take at least, and this is rendering slow, and this is only 2,000, not only 1,000. It's 16 by 9 with 1,000 by 600 or something. So this is really, really tight. But this right now, that sharpness of that moon and the glowiness of it and how it's popping right up over this this little teeny this is something else. This is really nice, and it gives you this kind of these palm trees give you this kind of really spooky feeling. It's really nice how this works. And these are the same. This is way close in the distance. This is quite a ways away. This is really far away. And then this is way far away. And then the plane with the moon on it is really far away, but really, really big. So, and then this right here is ultra scenery in the front. So this is all, that's how this is done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this, and I'm going to add some really huge, yes, cancel this, and I'm going to set this to be at least like maybe 6,000 and see if my computer will render it. I wanted to put a couple of figures here. Maybe just sitting, a kumbaya moment, maybe even a campfire would be nice and stuff like that. So why not? Why not put something, really kind of interesting, maybe a campfire here and roasting marshmallows? I don't know. But it just to add something like living into this, in all of this. So, but we close this, and make a quick make a render of something really substantial, and then we can kind of see it up close, more things up close. So let's go 8,000, 8,000 by, we're 16 by 9, 8,000. I'm probably going to end this here, okay? So we're going to save this image. I like the sharpness of that moon. I like this image. Again, I really think I should have made it a little brighter because of the work that I put into this mountain range here. It's all there's all little teeny tiny. There's probably about 10,000 deciduous trees on this piece of land here. That's our Ultra Scenery XT2. And then there's Ultra Scenery XT1, and this is all part of the Ultra Scenery XT1. And then this is an Ultra Scenery Ultra Scenery instance. Just an Ultra Scenery, not XT instance, but this is Ultra Scenery here. It's the rocks version of Ultra Scenery. Okay, so I just saved it. So we have to go into parameters, into render settings, progressive render. We have to grab maximum samples, drag it all the way up. Maximum time, drag it all the way up. Turn off the render quality. Optimization, make sure that's on memory so that it will load this into the system memory. I think certain parts of it into the system memory instead of the graphics memory. It saves on a little bit on the memory. Okay, we're going to save this again. And what just happened? I think it's just reticulating. I think this is still going to be the same thing. Let's hope. I didn't hit this caustic thing or anything. And I just think it's kind of stuttering a little. But we got a line here, and I don't know what's causing that. Let's see if that's... Let's go out of iRay. Go back in. I have two 3090 graphics cards, and I think sometimes they try to work in tandem and they miss a frame together. They miss a little bit of synchronization there. See, that's not. Now I have to figure out what's causing that. All I did was switch this to memory. Let's try switching it back to auto. Oh, that can happen just switching it. Just switching it can cause a bug. See, it's fixed now. And if I switch this back to memory, it should work. Just sometimes switching it can do that. No. This won't work under memory. That's weird. We'll just leave it on auto and let it do its thing. Okay. Luckily, it works that way. And, okay. So now we're going to click render. And this is going to do it for me. I'm going to let you guys see some of this in the really high resolution. That's if my computer will render it. I think it'd be really pushing it, putting a couple of Genesis 9 characters in with a campfire and, God only knows what else. I almost wonder it'd be nice if they had their backs to the moon, and looking at the campfire. So there's maybe more in store for this scene than what we have right now. So I think we put the campfire right here and put them sitting like in a like cross-legged, kind of sitting on the ground, looking at the campfire, sort of. But then if I have them here, they're going to be covering up the water, the moon, the reflection in the water. That wouldn't be good. Okay, so we go here and now this is going to take a while. Now let's hopefully this will actually render in my back is I got to scratch my back. Hopefully this will render in my graphics card and not with my not push it off to, well, we'll find out, because I don't think I have backup. It's set to go to backup, so it will go black, I think, if it won't render it. It looks like it's going to try, but we'll find out. It will just go black and then stop if it can't render it at 8,000. I mean, it's pretty, there's a lot of geometry in here, but what I did was I took this ultra scenery. If you'll notice, it's only the edge of the ultra scenery thing. So what I did was I took a camera and moved it. Now that's 2 iterations. Oh, come on. It doesn't look like it's going fast enough. It looks like I don't think it would let it render to my, I don't have it set to render, I don't think, to my PC. But that's taking a long time to go to iteration number 3. Memory, GPU, okay. It's rendering in the GPU. CPU, because there's my CPU and that's not doing too much. So it's rendering in my graphics card. I think it's taking, something's weird, but it's taking, yeah, both GPUs are at 94%. I bet it still would let me put a couple of characters in here. That was really weird that it wouldn't take. It's still stuck on frame number 2. I think it'll pick up of it. Look at that blue color now. What's wrong here? Why is it only showing a part of this? Something's wrong. I think I kicked. Oh, I clicked. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes, I think I clicked spot render. Yeah, that's the wrong kind of render. What am I doing here? We're on frame number 3. We don't have any moon. So it's rendering a section out of here. It's rendering a little square out of it. Not rendering the whole. Good night, Angus. Thank you for hanging out as long as you did. I'm only going to be up probably for another 10 or 15 minutes maybe till I figure this out so I can set it to render all night. We got to cancel this out. Oh, now I got the hiccups. Cancel. There we close. What did I do? Let's go here. I don't think I clicked the right thing. All right, we got our camera. Let's go out of iRay. I've heard differing, differing opinions on whether if you should have this in iRay or not. But we're going to try this now. So we're going to go with rendering. Again, I'm quite sure I picked that that one. Yeah, I'm quite. But where was my moon? Where was my moon? I couldn't see it in there. So that's strange. So we shall see. We shall see. Angus is going to bed. My buddy. My good buddy Angus. He's so kind to me. So good to me. So I'm lucky to have a friend like that. Yeah. Yeah. So here we go. Let's see what this is going to do. Rendering image. Something's wrong because it's not. It's not supposed to do that. I mean, this is 8,000, so with three instances of ultra scenery and one instance of Terradome and a gigantic, well, that is loaded twice in the scene. It's loaded once for the HDRI and then loaded again. That HDRI is loaded again for my plane. We're going to find out now what's going on here. It's all inside the frame, so there's no reason we're on camera 2. Okay. That's what's selected here. And that is the camera that I used. And I believe I deleted camera 1. We have a spotlight where our distant light is turned off. There, I think I see a moon. No. The moon is not in our scene. Why not? Why is it cutting that out? Is it like over here, maybe? No, this is very strange. Like there's something weird set with my camera. I think I gotta close the scene and reopen it. So it just would have to happen like right before when I'm ready to to close up shop for the night. So it's okay. I'm not suffering. I'm okay. I'm not. If I was yawning and yawning and yawning, I was hiccuping a moment ago, but I think I'm going to start yawning soon. So I walked 5 miles today. So we close this. Now, what's wrong here? What's doing this? I wonder if there's okay, we're going to save this. I'm going to look through here. I'm going to look at my render settings again. Okay, NVIDIA iRay. So we have it set for that. That's correct. And we don't have CPU fallback, so it's got to be rendering in the. All right, we have that correct. General 8000. Still image, current frame. All right, we're going to close this. It's going to take a long time for this to close. Let's close this up. We'll go over here. I'm going to just turn off this Elgato for a moment. Hello. It's just me now. We lost Angus. He's gone to bed. My buddy. So he has gone to bed. I'm going to turn off. I have a little fan on and it's pulling cold air in and it's getting cold in here. Oh. Getting old. We're going to turn this off. I think it's supposed to get cold tomorrow. Tonight. Really cold. Turn that on. All right. Let's see if that. Oh, that tells me that my. I wonder if these are. Okay. And I think this is going to go in a little bit. Okay, there's my screen. We can turn that up a little bit more. There we go. All right, let's see if we've got iRay back. I mean, Daz. Yeah. All right, we can open this back up. Elgato. Here we go. All right. Let's pull this back in. See what's up. I've never had that problem before. Where my render, I think my camera got corrupted. I might have to take the camera out of the scene. Well, that loaded really quick. Scary how quick that loaded. It's like maybe everything isn't here. I'm not seeing all my stuff in the scene. Let's see. It's all here. All right, let's just try to do a render. There's got to be something that I'm doing here that's just not right. We're going to delete the distant light out of here. We're going to delete our spotlight that's been in here for a while. Oh, I know what this is. I can't have my camera in Z. Okay, I can't have it in here, but what I have to do is we'll unparent it, and then we'll move it. That's what it is. I can't have the camera in a... Oh, the camera's locked. Okay, I see. Z. Put it back in there. Unlock the camera. Favorites, most used. Unlock the camera. Then unparent the camera. That worked. Now it's outside of the group. You can't have a camera in a group like that. You can only for briefly for certain functions, and then you have to take it back out. Save this. That makes sense. All right. As soon as this is done saving. I can't believe how quickly that loaded into the scene. Those two ultra scenery instances. All right. Here we go. That may have been a... I might have been seeing other anomalies because of that. Lighting problems, all kinds of stuff. Because I had my camera in a group. I put the camera in the group because I wanted it to move the camera together with the ultra scenery instance. And I probably should have taken it right out as soon as I got it into a place where I wanted it to be. All right, let's see what's happening. What happened to my render? Okay. Let's see if I can shut this off for a moment. Okay, that's my render. Wait for the program to respond. Okay. What's going on here? Save this. Come back here. It's still going to take a good while for this to render. All right, we come back here. No, I don't want to cancel the render. Just keep on working at it. This time we'll have a sun. We'll have the moon in there. Update. Hopefully it's going to render faster. That's always scene access. I think it will, because something was really, really wrong. It was just rendering this little teeny myopic spot. Device lens, data. It was rendering small, but I did change a bunch of settings. There's do we have a sun? My gosh, I don't see it now. The moon. No, something. It's that's back again. The problem. Yes, cancel the render. All right. Well, at this point, I wonder if I try to render it just a little smaller. Maybe maybe it's rendering it, but it's leaving something out. I have a feeling it has something to do with that memory issue. Because this is supposed to be running in memory issue, in memory and not in the other. For the optimization, it was when I switched this to that. It's not supposed to be in auto. What happens when we switch to speed? Now back to memory. Let's go into iRay. Okay. I think I know what's causing that to happen. That is my environment options. The so if we just turn off the HDRI, we're in memory. Let's just try to render this in memory. Let's go to our general and go to like 5,000. 5,000 would still be a nice render. All right. Let's render and see if we have a moon in memory rather than in auto. I'm not. I just changed a couple of things, and you're not supposed to do that when you troubleshoot. You're supposed to change one thing and then try it. And I just changed two things. I changed the pixel size, and I also changed the memory. But we're leaving. What I believe this is my HDRI environment. It's taking the land and it's putting a shadow up there. Like that. Why it doesn't show in auto and it does in this, I have no idea. But that's what it is. This is the shadow of like the land or something. The sun is hitting this and taking these planes and everything because it's a flat world here. It's not a circular world. And it's creating a shadow up there on my plane. But let's see if it's in this render. Would be very odd if it wasn't. Let's see if we have a here we go. See, this doesn't, well, this is bigger now. I'm not sure what I've done here. I just lowered the resolution here, and we are now rendering in memory. Which you're supposed. There it is. There, at least our moon is there now. Okay, that was one thing we did, was the moon is there. So now we just got to get rid of this line. The line is there too. And I think I can fix that by just moving the HDRI around in a different angle, so it doesn't create that shadow. I don't think the moon was showing up because I think my computer was running out of memory. Which is kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe it couldn't load that plane. I'm not sure about that. All right, we're almost done. Cancel this. Okay, so we're going to go into iRay. And then we're going to go to our parameters here. And we're going to move this HDRI around. This will fix it. Oh, okay, let's turn off the ground. Ground off. Let's turn the dome off. Watch this be. No. Let's take this filament draw mode out. Draw options out. Don't need that. 9. All right, I'm going to look around my scene. Perspective view. Let's take a look at our plane. Let's see if it's... All right, what I'm going to do... There is my scene. And it is so tiny. So what I'm going to do... I'm going to move this in a little bit closer, like that. Plane. Then we're going to scale this down a little bit, scale it down. We're going to scale. Now let's go to our perspective view, back to our camera view. Go back to our perspective view. Back to this. Where is my land now? There's my land. Now it's a little bit more reasonable. I don't think that that land is going to create a, okay, camera, now go back to camera. I don't think that's going to create a shadow on this close. We go to scale now. I just had it ridiculously far away. All right, now we go to X. Okay, let's just scale it. I think it's got the right proportion. It's just got to be scaled to the right height. Now it's not doing that kind of glitchy thing. Which is way too far away. Now let's bring this down. Okay, we got to scale it a little more. Okay, down, over. Now let's see what happens. Array. It's still there. Okay, well, I think if I go back into auto, whatever this is, okay. Now my environment options, the draw dome is off. I wonder if I have another image in there that I've messed up. Oh, this could have something to do with putting that. Go with our plane here. Go to our surfaces. Let's take this and go here with none. That was my translucency weight. That kind of made it look nice. Let's put that back. Not sure what that's doing, but it's doing something nice. Put the diffuse roughness up. Rough it up a little. We only have one light in the scene, and it is this. All right. Share glossy inputs. Oh, that's not it. All right, we're going to go back to where this all started. It all started with this render setting, was it? Where was it? Render setting. With optimization. It goes away when I switch to auto. It's like gone. So let's see if this will render. We've lowered the size of that image. We've now this, what's really weird, okay, is this plane right here is almost like level with that. And under this is like nothing, is like a space, and this could be kind of creating a line that is like that's bouncing back and forth. That's where light is. It would be easy to figure it out, find it out. Just turn off my ultra scenery plane. See if that could be causing that. So I have been live for 6 hours. Dedication, people. Dedication. You have to have dedication to your heart. You have to have stamina. You have to put your all into everything you do. If this doesn't work, I'm going to delete my camera. Put another camera in here. There it is. There's our moon. No line in the moon. So it may have been the reason why the moon was disappearing was that plane was way too far away. Look at this gentle light that the moon is putting on here. Now, we have turned off all of our scene lights. Now, this is what you get to see. This is iteration number 5. This, when you look at this, now, if I were to take this same exact image and put it as an HDRI, you wouldn't have this same sharpness. You would definitely not have this, because this image that is only covering the area of our camera would be stretched all the way around 360 degrees, okay? So this would all be pixelated and blurry, okay? That is the difference. This is the difference that we have here. And this is only rendering this at 5,000 pixels. And you could see that the detail in the sky is just perfectly fine compared to like the detail here. This is going to take, we're only on iteration number 10, and this is going to take all night to render. I swear this must be rendering, and it goes so slow. This must be rendering in my on my PC, but if it was, my computer would not it would go black. I don't have it set. When I go here into this, so oh, and another thing that is making this render so slow. Now it's rendering some of this is using my CPU. 16% is using my CPU, but and 23% is using my computer memory. So I assume that the auto part is doing something that memory alone can't do. Now, but it's utilizing 100% of my graphics card. But what's really weird is usually this is filled right up. So this 24-bit. It's only using like 10 gigs. Not even that, like 8 gigs for this scene. It kind of makes sense. It'd probably be a gig for this ultra scenery, a gig for maybe a little more than a gig for this ultra scenery, a gig for the ultra scenery XT, a gig for each of the ultra scenery XT. That's 3, 4. So I could put a couple of, what is making this render so slow is that the scene is so dark. And so all these ray trace lights are, the computer's just really struggling to render them. This has one light source in the whole scene. Just one thing putting off light, and it is this. And the sky is putting off light. That's it. So all right, so this is going to do it for me, unfortunately. I'd love to stay up for another couple hours, but I am getting tired. So thank you very much, Ed, Ted, Angus, anybody else who stopped in for a moment, anybody who's watching. Please leave likes, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and I hope that I was able to impart some interesting things. So to recap on tonight, what we've learned tonight, okay? The number one thing I learned tonight, which was kind of interesting, is that with Ultra Scenery XT, you can move the XT, in and across. You can move it like X and Z, but you can't move it Y. So Ultra Scenery XT has to stay on the plane it comes in on. You can move it, but it throws off all of the geometry. It throws off the symmetry, and then it makes it like nearly impossible to try and program your trees and your water and all of that stuff into your scene. So yes, you can move Ultra Scenery XT across and in, but not up and down. You move it up and down, and it's a mess. Okay, that's number one. Number two, these are things that just tips that I gave. But like moving your camera to the edge of your ultra scenery so that it doesn't have to make the flowers for this big long. That was something I did tonight. And another thing I did tonight was showed you about how to use a plane for your HDRIs. So I've shown that quite a few times before, but I just thought I would show it again because I'm not seeing people use it. And so instead they have these blurry HDRIs that are just terrible for their skies. And now we have these beautiful HDRIs. So we're only up to frame 32, iteration 32. So this wasn't rendering slow like this when everything was bright in the scene. So it's this night scene. And we're going to leave it. We're going to let it render all night until tomorrow. So 5,000 is good. So, all right, take care. We're going to play a little bit of this, a little bit of tango. A little bit of we'll play the chicken dance here. And yeah, I still get laughing when I see that. And we got this guy here. And we got this guy sneaking around. So, yeah, he's, and then we got Aiden. He likes to dance in his skivvies. Yeah, these are some of the new animations that I've made. He likes to do the belly dance. And then we got our shy guy. When Aiden's done doing his thing, we got our shy guy. He just shuffles a little bit. And one more, our thriller guy. He's doing the thriller thing. 'Cause it's a thriller night. Goes with polka too. So, all right. This is RexRed saying so long. Thank you very much for watching. And please click the bell for notifications. I hope you all learned something here. Take care. Have a good night. And I will see you again in another video soon. I hope you learned something about Ultra Scenery XT tonight and about setting up background. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. RexRed saying so long. See you again soon. Take care. Much love to everybody. Love having you here. All righty. Bye-bye.